Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you about that little bit of delay because I have not dropped any frames whatsoever. And it went off just fine. I have no idea. But hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hopefully, it's been a happy Tuesday for everybody here so far. It is Subpart Narration Tuesday with the fruit of Grisaia. But who do we have here right now? Hello, High Tech. Hello, Easy. Hello, Tiara. Hello, Leonard. How are you guys doing today? Oh my gosh, my throat. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. What's this? Mandel's actually started on time? Holy shit, it's a miracle. She wasn't 5 or 10 minutes late. What is this? What happens? Yeah, I'm glad it seems to be a bit better for now. I'm not trusting it because, like I said, it is Spectrum after all, so you just never know. Ugh. Don't mind me though. We're just gonna sit here and yap for a few minutes because I'm doing my skincare right now. I literally washed my face and ran right in here. And I'm just like, oh shit, it's time to stream. Let's set everything up. I try to do it the night before most of the time for Tuesdays, but I was busy like looking for thumbnails and stuff like that for VODs. Specifically for Dark Souls last night as I was uploading and scheduling everything for the week. But those VODs will be released throughout the week up until Saturday or Sunday, I believe. Because I had 4 VODs from Dark Souls and 2 from Grisaia. So yeah, that sets us up for Sunday as well. So that gives me more time to actually upload clips and stuff like that throughout the week too. Yes, I was hydrating my face too. Also, hi Jack, how are you? Yes, I've been doing better about my routine recently, and it's been weird. Aren't you always evil though, Dag? Aren't you always evil? No potato sad face? No potato sad face? What is this? I was gonna say, aren't you already evil? Like, what's stopping you? By the way, thank you for the 890 followers on Twitter. I did not anticipate waking up to that this morning. I looked at Twitter and I'm just like, wait, when did this happen? Literally hit 890 last night, apparently. Wow, that's a lot. I know a lot of them are probably like graphics artists and stuff like that that just keep forgetting that they followed all these people. But you know what? I'll take it. It's fine. As long as I don't get solicited in DMs, it's all good. But yeah, how's everybody's day been so far? I know a lot of you are in Europe right now, so it's later on in the day, hitting evening time now, if not already evening. Check your DMs for more Are you sending me food pics again? Oh, you jackass. Oh, come on. Why do you do this to me? Dried bananas, mango and chili, mango and coconut, dried pineapple. I hate you. Oh, and a mango passion fruit sports drink for electrolyte. Zach, why are you doing this to me? Zach, why are you doing this? Just found out if you type my full name, it's on Google. I would assume that's for everybody. Considering. God damn it, Dag. God damn it. I want dried bananas. You suck. I want some dried bananas and some mango with tahini right now. It sounds so good. Not gonna lie. That sounds delicious. Ugh. Alright, now I have to put my glasses back on in between serums. You have a long list ready? Yes, yes, we're talking about food again because somehow, some way, no matter how, like, what time of day it is, we end up talking about food. Okay, you can keep the donut holes and stuff like that, but the sweet potato hot fries actually sound really fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. You sucked at lemon cookie I hate it here. I hate it here. Dag, you need to clean your desk too. Just saying. At least this time it is in the middle of the night. Okay, that's fair. Tuesdays are free game when it comes to discussing food. But that's your bed. Why is there junk all over your bed? I was talking about the picture where you posted the mango passion fruit drink. Clean off your fucking desk, dude. Clean your desk, man. Get some like cheap bins or something. That's clean. That's what you consider clean? Maybe I'm just nitpicky, but goddamn, I would not be able to function with that. Just saying. I would not be able to do that. I guess our depictions of what's considered clean are just different in that regard, I guess. But yeah. So good news is, I now have gas for my lawnmower, so now I can mow my lawn tomorrow and not have my landlord bitch at me. So there's that. But apparently we have people coming in on Thursday and looking around the homes and stuff like that to make sure they're up to code and everything. And that's the reason why there's a huge rush for it. So, I have a lot to do from the time I wake up tomorrow until start of stream to do yard work. So, yay. Love it. If I get message and you don't get an answer, that's the reason why I'm outside working in the yard. Oh, it sucks. I hate it. But yeah, we're gonna be jumping back into some more of Sachi's route today on the Fruit of Grisaia. I legit cannot remember what happened last time. Oh wait, that's right. Sachi and Yuji blew up the school. Yeah, that's what they did. So we're in the aftermath after all of that happened. Regardless of the choice that Yuji gave Sachi as to whether to blow up the school or not, she still chose to do it because that's what good girls do according to her logic. So we're veering off of that. Yeah, there's no telling what's gonna happen now. Or how much time we have left with her route actually. Because I have no idea what to anticipate from here.
Yikes forever.
Yikes forever. Manzel's hungry, dehydrated, exhausted, wondering why people are inspecting her house, right? Also, hi Steven, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. But no, it's just like they wander around just to make sure that everybody's yards are cleaned up and up to par. Making sure that there's nothing like needing to be fixed or maintained and stuff like that. We already have a list of stuff that we need to do. I need to sweep off the deck tomorrow, mow the lawn, fix a screen on our screened-in porch, because yeah, it's looking a little dilapidated there, but I need to work on like fixing the staple gun because it works, but it also doesn't work. It's weird. Ugh. Wow, nobody redeemed third. I thought somebody did earlier. Guess not. But yeah, like I said, Sachi and Yuji blew up the school using what Sachi likes to call it as clay. And now we're facing the aftermath of that. And gonna see where that goes from there. Should be interesting. Okay, there, I'm done. Now I can stop patting my face and put my glasses back on so I can see most of what everybody's saying, because I am fucking blind without them. Oh, and I didn't even send everything yet? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you torturing me with food when my lunch was literally 3 pieces of toast with peanut butter and cinnamon on it? That was my lunch today because I was running late and really was not that hungry, so. I still ate something though, and it had protein in it, so you can't yell at me for not eating. Emil just got to work, saw you decided to start early first. Oh, this jackass. This jackass. I'm not trying to break people's watch streaks, man. Look at the fucking schedule on the Discord server and on Twitter. It's been like this for months now. Don't freaking troll me, you jackass. I don't know, but every 6-year-old child wants to blow up the school. Oh, these aren't 6-year-old children though. These are high schoolers. You ate 3 bowls of spaghetti bolognese. Okay, bolognese is actually really good, but she was starting early because she keeps being late. Gotta compensate. Wow. I have never tried to make spaghetti bolognese myself, but I know that a lot of people sometimes opt to not use red wine in it, but it's just like, how is it not spaghetti bolognese without the red wine? It's like, how? I don't get it. Like, add a little bit of red wine, let the sauce reduce and thicken some more over time, cook your pasta and put it over the pasta. That's all there is to it. Why can't you have red wine in yours? Red wine is actually good for you if you reduce... Well, actually, you know what? That shouldn't be an issue, though. Yeah, but if you simmer it long enough, the alcohol is evaporated. You would only have the flavor of the red wine and not the alcohol for it. Like, that's the whole point behind cooking the wine, is to evaporate the alcohol content. You would be left with the flavors of it, though. Ethanol? Oh. That's interesting. I had no idea about that. Huh. Well, you learn something new every day, I guess. Oh, fucking hell, Dag. Why are you showing... God damn it. Penne alla vodka with grass-fed Italian beef meatballs. Panko crusted chicken breasts with sweet corn risotto. Oh my god, I hate you so much right now. Bison ranch burger. Oh my god. Was that with loaded cauliflower? Loaded cauliflower. Like what they do with loaded baked potatoes, except it's cauliflower instead. Well, here's the thing though. Wouldn't the ethanol evaporate though once it's cooked? I mean, that's the whole point behind reducing wines to make them into sauces, is just to evaporate the ethanol and the alcohol content that's in it. So that way you're left with just the flavor of the wine or whatever else that you're using that has alcohol in it. You would just be left with those flavors and the alcohol would be out of it. That's weird. My mother was told by the doctor to drink a small quantity of red wine a month. Yeah, red wine in small quantities is actually good for you. And the reason being is that it's actually touted that red wine specifically, it helps to like reduce the risk of the plaque buildup in your arteries for your heart. So it actually helps with your heart health. And it also helps reduce the risk of cancer. Because it helps, not helps, but I believe they said that it discourages cancer cell growth when it comes to drinking red wine in small quantities. So yeah, that's the reason why it's touted as being something that's considered healthy. Only to a small amount, but other than that, it can affect my liver. Wow, you got a sensitive liver, though. Then again, we are talking about somebody who drinks 7 Monster Energy drinks in one day, so, you know. Yeah. You don't drink like me, I'm drunkard. Once my friend got drunk in Romania, the next day he woke up and hungry. Oh my god, Leonard, what the hell? Let's see. I wasn't fit. Barista oat. Oh, it's oat milk. Okay, that's what it is. Lemon chicken piccata with Italian dressed potato. Oh my god, chicken piccata is so good. Chicken piccata is so good. I have made it a handful of times in the time that I have been cooking. It is so easy to make. You can actually opt out of using capers with it though. I feel like the capers add a little bit too much salt to it, but it's essentially up to the person making it. You miss a stop on the train and everyone changed language 3 times by the next stop. I know, right? Oh my god. Okay, you can keep your smoke roasted salmon. I don't like salmon at all. That's ew. No thank you. I have been burned by salmon one too many times to have any inkling of liking towards it. It's just no. No thank you. Yes. Call me an outlier or a heretic for not liking salmon, okay? I get it. But have a bad experience with it like I did, you would feel the same exact way. You're calling me both? Fine. Be that way. I mean, I like other fish. It's just I don't specifically like salmon. The reason being is that I've told this story like countless times already. I had to do a proficiency exam in my culinary arts class in high school. We had to find a dish online specifically that we could have experimented with or make the recipe from what is listed. I decided to make pan-seared salmon with a creamy dill sauce over a bed of penne pasta. Because of the fact that it was at a culinary arts class at a vocational school, the salmon was fresh frozen. You know how fresh frozen salmon is. It has like that off-putting smell and flavor to it. No matter how much sauce I put over it, it would not cover up the flavor of it, and I did not like it. It made me sick. That is the main reason why I don't like salmon. It's the fishy taste of it, because a lot of the salmon that we have in grocery stores here in the United States is not exactly, you know, wild-caught salmon. It's farm-bred and has a different taste to it. So yeah. Now the train, it's 2 hours of travel by train to the border of Hungary. Oh my god, that's crazy though. You wake up the next day in a different country. That's wild. Right? Just the right distance for a power nap. It's essentially what it is. It's a glorified power nap. Just get on the train, fall asleep, you'll be good. You'll wake up, you'll be nice and sober. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the fruit of Grisaia while we sit here and talk for a little bit more, because like I said, I needed to take care of a couple of things before I started up, but let's go ahead and open it now. Oh, hey Ori, how are you? Can't listen right now because I'm fetching my headphones, but the silly nail, it was super painful. Oh, finally it came off. Damn, it's only taken forever and a day. We'll wait for him to get his headphones, it's fine. Alright, let me get rid of this notification on Discord because that's bothering me. Alright, let's go ahead and swap it over to our other screen. Let me see. No, you were Harry Machina and then the game just closed on me because I quit it by accident when I meant to hit no. Alright, let me put display capture up. Don't mind my desktop background. I did change it because the last one was tainted, and I'd rather not have to look at that anymore, so we're good. Okay, let me shrink myself down. We'll put ourselves down over here in the corner. And yes, this is a skin from a ship on Azur Lane, so don't mind the content or context behind it. It's just, that's just what the L2D skin was. Anyway, moving on. Welcome back, Ore. Yay, you have audio now. How you doing today? The game is here, gotta go. Wow. Alright, we should have audio now, hopefully. I remembered this time. Okay, we do have audio. That's good. I mean, yesterday was kind of bad, but I woke up in a better mood today, thankfully. I'm hoping it continues to stay that way. Things finally are returning back to normal after the hellish week I had last week with everything going on. Yeah. Expect hydration for me on the lurk, though. Alright, to add a little bit of context, this is after Sachi finally realized exactly what she did. Thank you for the hydrate too, by the way. Alright, let's scroll back up a little bit more, because... Okay, so basically this is the discussion of Sachi being able to make decisions for herself instead of sitting back and listening and doing everything that everybody tells her. This is basically post after blowing up the school. So, we're delving back into this. There's not much else I can do, but I'll always be there to listen. My boss said, dress for the job you want, not for the job you have, so I went in as Batman. Oh my god, Leonard. Do you finally understand, Sachi? Do you really? Understand?
ゆうくんが私に出したもう一つの課題。私が海でゆうくんの袖を引っ張ったのはどうしてなのか。その答えです。
Because you finally realized something that you wanted and you felt you were being selfish for it, so you kind of hesitated as to what you wanted to do or say? Come to think of it, I did ask something like that.
はい。でも、私にはその答えがわからなくて、結局皆さんに相談に乗っていただくことになりました。
I see. So I guess that would explain the regular meeting Sakaki mentioned the other day.
そして皆さんが言うにはその課題の答えはとても簡単で、私がゆうくんのことを好きになったからだそうなんです。
Well, yeah, I mean that's one of the major takeaways from realizing these things is that you realize you loved him.
その答えは当たっていたでしょうか?
Probably not entirely, but most likely. Why ask me? Probably faster to ask your heart or hormones if you're feeling pragmatic.
確かにそうかもしれません。私は皆さんが考えたように、もうずっと前からたった一つの気持ちに動かされていたんです。
Hey Yuji, guess what I realized after we blew up the school? I love you. That's essentially what this is. What makes you think that?
ついさっきまでは全然そんなことなかった。でも今はこうして隣にいるだけでドキドキしてしまいますから。
At least they're not using love dubbing, because that's just awkward. Blushing an unusually vivid shade of red, Sachi smiles up at me. Among all the expressions I've seen on her face these past few months, I think this might just be the single most natural, and the happiest. I see.
だから改めて言わせてください。
You could. I do. Pursuing briefly, Sachi closes her eyes and takes a deep breath.
私、小峰幸はゆうくんのことが大好きです。
Oh, they use daisuki, not I. Okay. Close enough.
ですから、もしよければゆうくんのあなたの彼女でいさせてください。
She speaks her feelings plainly and directly, the smile never leaving her face. It's almost like I'm looking at a memory of the Sachi I knew as a child. There's a slightly enjoyable tickle of embarrassment in my chest. Words. I'm already stumbling over words and we've only been at this for like less than 5 minutes. Well, seems I managed to win the girl over somehow, but this one gives as good as she gets. Okay, Firebot, can we please not disconnect? Because that's gonna scare me. I came up with a lot of pretty decent justifications for trying to help her. Repaying the kindness she showed me as a child, discovering the meaning of my master's words, etc., etc. But to be honest, it's a lot less complicated than that. I've been slowly but surely falling in love with Sachi for a while now. You want the girl you love to be smiling. When something's making her suffer, you want to get rid of it. That's really all there was to it.
ゆうくん、黙っていられると、私とても不安になってしまう。
We're having an internal monologue session over here, Sachi. Don't mind us. It's all good. It's all good. But your anxious face isn't half bad
や
either.
っぱりゆうくんは意地悪です。
Don't get sulky. You're going to have to put up with this sort of thing on a regular basis from now on.
それって
What an underhanded way of answering her. Of course, if my pomposity has finally set off some warning bells, you can withdraw your candidacy before it's too late.
いえ、こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
It's so cute they go from childhood friends to lovers as they get older, after thinking they would never cross paths again. Breaking into an ear-to-ear grin, she throws herself forward against my chest. Something about the pleasant warmth of her body brings the vague feelings I've been carrying all this time into sharp focus.
私はバカですね。
I mean, you're book smart, but when it comes to stuff outside of that, no, not so much.
ゆうくんが私を彼女にすると言ってくれたこと、私の代わりにみんなのお願いを聞いてくれたこと、そして今まで私に送ってくれたたくさんの言葉たち、その意味がやっと分かった気がします。
I don't see the problem. This isn't a race. How long it took you to see what you were missing isn't important. What really matters is how clearly you understand where you went wrong and how will you make use of the knowledge from now on.
なんだか素敵な言葉です。
Can't take the credit. I'm quoting someone who helped me find my own way of life a while ago now.
つまりゆうくんにとってのゆうくんということですね。
Okay, that's adorable. The hell's that supposed to mean?
ゆうくんは今も昔も私に道を示してくれましたから。
At a loss for words, are we, Yuji? Nice to hear. I'll have to take Sachi's word for it, though. I really don't remember doing that much for her. But even if I'm not half the person my master was, I left a mark on Sachi's heart back then. And maybe, in helping her now, I've managed to pay off some small part of debt of gratitude I owe Asako.
それにゆうくんはいい子でいることも悪くないって言ってくれましたけど、私はもう今までのようないい子でいられないかもしれません。
I mean, that's kind of what we were striving for, wasn't it? Sorry, what does that mean?
ゆうくんが言っていた私が私でいられるということ、それはきっと昔のようにわがままだった自分といい子でいようとする今の自分、その2つを含めた私が本当の私だってことなんですよね。
I mean, she's not wrong. I see. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it.
はい。だから今の私はとてもわがままが言いたい気分です。
Oh boy. Selfish?
私に大切なことを教えてくれたゆうくんへの感謝の気持ち、そしてそんなゆうくんのことが大好きだという気持ちを伝えたいんです。
My dad's a hardcore coffee critic to the point where he won't drink coffee that's anywhere near average. I just brewed him a coffee less than 3 minutes that he's complimenting. Damn. It takes a lot to actually impress a coffee critic. Oh man. Good job, Ore. The words are barely out of Sachi's mouth before she brings her face to mine. Why do they do close-ups of oh my god. Just like that, she softly kisses me. For the first time, I feel the warmth of her lips against mine. Tiana. A long, gentle kiss as if to affirm our mutual feelings. As I savor that simple pleasure, I wrap my arms firmly around Sachi, pulling the weight of her body against me. Oh, hi, Lumi. Oh yeah, absolute W, barista. For a long moment, Sachi closes her eyes and focuses entirely on the movement of her lips. When she finally pulls back to draw breath, her mouth leaves mine with palpable reluctance.
大好きです。
Oh my god.
ゆうくん、
Oh, hi, Lumi. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
今も昔も、そしてこれからも。
Big uwu, I know, right? Yeah, same to you, kid. Really? You're not gonna return the same feelings by sitting back and saying, oh yeah, I love you too. Instead, it's, yeah, same to you, kid. What the fuck?
気持ちを伝えた相手が自分と同じ気持ちでいてくれるのは
Yuji, you're something else, I swear. Eepy, but good? That's good. Is that a fact?
今ならゆうくんがどうしてキスをしようとしなかったのか、最後までエッチをしてくれなかったのか。
Because we wanted you to realize your feelings. If not, we couldn't sit back and treasure you the way we wanted to. That's the reason why we stopped halfway when we tried to do the deed earlier.
その理由もわかる気がしますから。
Oh, let's hear it then.
私が今感じているこの気持ちが大事だったんですね。
Okay, bro. What the sigma? Nice work, as always.
ありがとうございます。
With an amused smile and words of thanks, Sachi offers me a polite little bow. I've heard this saying many times before, but now that I fully understand just how much I care about the girl, the sincere gratitude in her voice inspires a wave of happiness that takes me by surprise in its intensity.
だからこの気持ちをこれからも言葉にさせてください。
Oh, he's totally getting laid after this, I
今ま
swear.
で伝えられなかった分も全部。
Oh, hi, Deku. How are you? You sure do ask a lot, don't you?
覚悟してくださいね。私は初恋もゆうくんなんです。
First and last love, let's go! Yeah, I'll strengthen my resolve. I'm doing alright. So Sachi can smile like this after all. I love you, Sachi. Finally, you fucking say it instead of, oh, yeah, yeah. Back at you, kid. Yeah, God. Oh, here we go again. For the first time, I tell her exactly how I feel, and immediately thereafter, I bring my lips to hers. Being loved by someone, and loving them in return. A basic human experience. Normal, healthy emotions. Uncomplicated happiness. The sort of thing I thought I'd lost forever a long time ago. But it seems the life I've led wasn't enough to permanently erase that part of me. I finally found it again. Oh my god, you guys. Thank you for the hydrate. Hi, Bad Backkeeper. How are you? Savoring the pleasure of our simultaneous physical and emotional connection, we lie there for some time, enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies. Oh my god. We also have a wild burn me in chat, too. Oh, you're at a doctor's appointment? I hope it goes well for you. Can I get a shout out for a Bad Bad Gamer if any of my mods are available? If not, I can do it myself. It's all good. But I hope you're not there for a bad reason. I hope it goes well for you. Human warmth just might be the one and only drug God permits us. Or so I thought the first time I slept with a woman. The welcoming softness of their skin, the just right heat of their bodies, it's enough to make your brain melt out your ears. What an interesting perspective. When you've got something like that lying in your arms, it's only natural that you want to hold on to it forever. But unfortunately, only monkeys get to spend their lives immersing themselves in physical pleasure, and I happen to be a higher primate with other things to worry about. Specifically, the stunt I just pulled on behalf of the girl I fell in love with. I destroyed Mihama Academy, knowing full well how much trouble it would cause. I've got to accept reality and own up to my actions. First and foremost, the 4 girls who were so concerned for Sachi. Yeah, about that. Oh yeah, he's absolutely insane. I mean, come on, he blew up an entire school for the girl he fell in love with, just for her to admit her feelings and finally snap back into reality, being like, I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need to play the good girl part. I can be selfish and be my own person. The instant we enter the dorm and announce our arrival, Michiru pounces like a twin-tailed tiger, wrapping both arms around Sachi.
急に発情しないでください、みちる様。前々から言っていますが、私にそっちの毛は。
Oh my god.
こんな時に何とぼけてるのよ。あんたが無事に帰ってきたから喜んでるんでしょ。私が無事に
I can't remember which girl we have next. I think it's Michiru, and then Yumiko's last. I don't remember. We'll find out. This is the only world where felonies but therapy. You know, right? It's like, why get therapy? Let's just rack up some felonies while we're at it. Oh, Sachi had no idea about what Yuji plans. Okay, that's the reason why she's confused.
小峰さんは知らなかったかもしれないけれど、学園が爆破された時、私たちはヘリに乗っていたのよ。
That was more than just destruction. That was decimated, man. It was
なる
decimated.
ほどです。ゆうくんの言っていた安全な場所というのは空の上だったんですね。
Pretty pulse-pounding little tour, right? Just about right for the last night of summer vacation.
ええ、
Let's just rack up
こ
some
れまで見
felonies.
てきた中でも
Forget therapy. Let's just rack up some felonies. Takaki's words are sardonic and accusatory. Pfft, words. But the look on her face is surprisingly gentle. I don't get the impression she's actually angry.
確かにさっちゃんとユージが無事だったのは良かったけど、
And here comes Amane, the harping mother figure.
二人には納得のいく説明をしてもらわないとね。
Oh, we're trying to snap Sachi out of her little mental breakdown she had as a child. Yeah, I blew up the school for that very reason. In contrast, Amane marches right up and grabs me by the shoulder, resembling nothing so much as an ogre who woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Sure, what do you want me to explain?
なんのって、私たちの学園がなくなってることについてに決まってるでしょ。
Explain why our school was just destroyed, smartass.
急いで戻ってきたら学園は瓦礫の山になってるし、こうして寮が残ってたことにびっくりしたくらいよ。
No, the rest of the students didn't want to take the test that they had set for them the day after summer vacation. So Michiru opened up her big mouth and jokingly said in passing in front of Sachi, being like, hey, why don't you get rid of the test somehow? And she fell back to her old methods of trying to light the school on fire. Didn't work because of technology and Yuji's interference. So instead, they blow it up instead. Ah, right. That.
そのことかってね。
Well, what's to explain? We just got rid of that test as requested.
どこがただなの？私たちが学園をなくしてなんてお願いした覚えはないわよ。
I mean, it was that or nothing, because fire bad technology said no.
ヘリに乗って気持ちよく夜景を眺めてたのに、突然自分たちの学園が崩れ始めて、みんな本当に驚いたんだからね。
Okay, and?
ユミちゃんなんか、小峰さんと風見くんが早くここから降ろしてってパイロットのおっちゃんにメガをこねて大変だったのよ。それはあんなものを見せられたら誰だって。
Flustered, huh? Flustered, she says.
そうよ。私たちがもし寮にいたら今頃小顔美人になってたかもしれないんだから。
Can't be white-haired if you just dye your hair blonde, Michiru. Sounds like a net positive, but in any case, that's the exact reason I made sure you were all safe in the sky.
ああ、なるほど。
Yeah, see? We collectively knew what we were doing. We sent you on your way so that way you would be safe. Shut up and be grateful, okay?
って私が聞きたいのはそういうことじゃなくて学園を壊しちゃった理由。
To get rid of the test, woman! We just explained it to you! Well, as for that...
それは私から皆さんにお話しします。
Interrupting mid-sentence, Sachi takes a determined step forward.
さっちゃんが？はい。テストをなくせという依頼を受けようとしたのも、学園を爆破することになったのも、すべてゆうくんが私のためにしてくれたことですから。
You just... Oh my god. And so she explains clearly and frankly, starting at the very beginning. The advice I gave her, the feelings I conveyed to her. The trauma of her past and the struggle she's undergone ever since. She doesn't hold back a thing. She doesn't flinch or hesitate.
ですから、今回の件はすべて私の責任なんです。
So she essentially became a loose cannon and explained everything from start to finish. Gotcha.
そのせいで、皆さんにとっても大切な学園を壊すことになってしまって、本当にすみませんでした。
Did she just get on her knees to bow? There's a reason everyone here avoids talking about the past. We all vaguely understand that it can't be a pleasant topic for anyone in a place like this. Sachi, of course, is no exception. Talking about this can't be easy for her. But even so, she lays everything bare in front of her friends, then bows her head in sincere apology. Yeah, you can't really blame her for feeling and doing the things that she did, can you now? Our classmates, still half in shock over the abrupt demolition of their school, now have Sachi's complicated and unhappy life story to contend with as well. Finally understanding how their friend became the obedient maid they've joked about all this time, the four girls sink into awkward silence. Well, that's the way Sachi sees it, but the fact is, I'm the one who decided to blow up the school. I knew it was going to cause you trouble, but I did it anyway, and for what it's worth, I'm really sorry. Following Sachi's example, I lowered my head in apology.
ゆうくん
Dang! I didn't know he would do something like that, though.
そうやって二人に謝られると何にも言えなくなっちゃうじゃない。
That exasperated sigh of defeat going, I can't be mad at this, with you guys apologizing like this.
まあ、そういうことなんだろうとは思っていたわ。要するに、もうサチが何でも言うことを聞く必要がなくなったってことでしょ。
Yeah, Michiru, you have to fend for yourself now.
だったら、それは喜ぶべきことじゃない。私はもともとサッチンとお兄ちゃんが無事ならそれでよかったのよさ。皆さん。
Sachi must have been genuinely prepared for anger or rejection. When she receives warm words instead, tears well up in the corner of her eyes. Now that she's finally realized just how important these people are to her, their acceptance must feel incredibly good. And awkward. That'd be very awkward. I think I owe you an apology in particular, Sakaki.
だから、あの時私に謝ったのね。
Yeah, I know it's not enough just to say this, but I really am sorry.
別に、謝ってもらう必要はないわ。
What?
あなたがどんな方法で私の父を納得させたのかは知らないけれど、自分の娘を通わせている学園がなくなるというのに、連絡の一つもよこさない。
Of course, of course.
あの人にとって私とこの学園は、きっとそれくらいの価値しかないのよ。
Even so.
それに、新しい鳥かごもきっとすぐに用意されるわ。
Oh yeah, that's right. She always described herself as a bird in a cage because her father kept her here. I'm aware that Sakaki and her father don't exactly get along, but we're talking about a large modern building with top-of-the-line facilities and equipment. The initial construction cost alone would have to be well into the billions of yen. Dismissing something like that as a birdcage suggests she's still got a bit of the East Beach Group CEO's daughter in her, whether she likes it or not.
ねえ、ユミちゃん、そうやってカッコつけるのもいいけれど、せっかくなんだからお詫びに一発とか言っておかなくていいの？誰がそんなことを
Freaking Machina.
マキちゃん
Well, judging from how quickly things have returned to normal, I guess learning Sachi's past isn't going to make them awkwardly self-conscious around her.
でも、そういうことになってたなら、一言くらい私たちに相談してくれてもよかったのに。
But that would mean explaining things we don't want to explain. Let's say I did. Would you have agreed to go along with this plan? Yeah, exactly, Amane. Exactly. More importantly, getting this done required some dicey maneuvering. If things had ended badly, your knowledge of the plan would have become a serious liability for you.
ちょっと待ってよ。じゃあ、ユージとサチは犯罪者になっちゃったってわけ？
Nah, we're good. We were under the guise of JB and the company that he works for. It's all good.
だったら、今頃もっとたくさんの警察が来て大騒ぎになってたんじゃない？
Right. Like Amane says, there's only a few cops standing outside the gate and no media presence whatsoever. I've noticed a few curious locals passing by to gawk at the rubble, but that's about it.
じゃあ、
Sorry to disappoint. Doesn't look like we'll be doing any time for this one.
なんだ、びっくりさせないでよ。あなたのことだし、どうせそうならないように手を打っていたんでしょ？
Oh, you bet your sweet ass, Sakaki. You bet your sweet ass there were measures in place. I did what I could, but things could have played out differently. It came down to your father.
なるほどね。なるほどって、そんな説明じゃ私には全然わからないんだけど。みちるじゃないけど、確かに今回の件は納得いかないことが多いのよね。
And things you should not understand right now. Whoops.
あれだけ大掛かりなことをしたのに、どうして周りが騒ぎ立てないのかとか。それは私が説明するわ。学
Oh,
園
it's
長。
Tachibana. Chizuru, you already done out there?
ええ。あなたとハルデラさんが頑張ってくれたおかげで、私の仕事はほとんどなかったようなものだから。
I see. Seems the dice really did fall pretty nicely this time, almost freakishly so.
じゃあ、学園長はユージが学園を爆破しようとしていたことを知っていたんですか？
Everybody knew but the girls.
ええ。それはもちろん初めて聞いた時は顔が真っ青になったけれど、風見くんの熱意とそれが小峰さんのためになるって聞いてね。
Who knew it would take blowing up an entire school to have some girl come to her senses? Who knew that's all it would take?
つまり年下のイケメンからおねだりされて思わず OK しちゃったってことなの
I
に。
love you, Makina. Oh my god. I love how just like matter of fact she is about
違い
things.
ます。私は一教育者として学生の未来と自主性を。
Why do you sound so flustered, Tachibana? Huh?
でも学園長が事前に計画をしていたとしても、この落ち着きぶりはおかしいわ。
それは今回の件が世間的に納得済みのものだったからよ。
Hey, well, Carnivine in chat.
納得済みってどういうことなんですか？
Sachi has a 2-kill streak against schools, right?
言葉通り、昨日の爆破解体は正規に行われた工事だったの。事前にこういうビラを配ってね。
Accepting a flyer from Principal Tachibana's outstretched hand, a puzzled Michiru begins to read its contents out loud.
なに美浜学園新校舎設立に伴う現校舎施設解体作業のお知らせ。
Well thought out plan. Well thought out plan.
な、
Even Yumiko's confused.
そんなの聞いてないわよ。
That was the whole point. Had you guys known, you would have tried to fucking stop it or interfere somehow. Oh my god.
解体予定日時2011年8月31日。何よこれ。
Well, it's exactly what it looks like. I made 2 specific requests of Chizuru. First and most important, I needed her to provide me with detailed blueprints of the school in order to ensure an efficient, reliable demolition and prevent any collateral damage to the dormitory that's become our home. And secondly, I asked her to provide advance warning and follow-up with the Mishima Cape community. As Chizuru's both the principal of our school and the well-connected daughter of the prefectural governor, she was uniquely suited to play that role.
つまり今回の爆破解体は事前に壊しますよって予告されていたものが予定通りに行われただけのことだったの。
That is such a passive way of saying, hey, this happened, don't worry about it, it's fine.
あ、だから商店街の人たちが大変だねって。多分そうでしょうね。
Well, that explains that one. I was actually curious about that too.
それにしたって新聞やテレビで一切のニュースになっていないのはおかしいわ。
ええ、そこに関しては私も詳しいことはわからないけれど、どうやら今回の件は報道規制がかけられているらしいのよ。
報道規制？
榊さんなら知っているかもしれないけど、この国は1992年にあったビル解体以降、大掛かりな爆破解体はほとんど行われていない。だから学園施設の爆破解体ともなれば世間は嫌でも騒ぎ立てる。 それを快く思っていなかったのか、国から大掛かりな報道規制がかけられているみたいで。
A lot of really weird, like, interpersonal things that go on in Japan in this timeline. What?
で、それはあなたとハルデラさんの差し金だったんでしょう？
Yeah, that we did.
やっぱり。あなたとハルデラさんなら何かやってくれると思っていたけれど、まさか。国ってどんだけすごいのよ、あんたたち。ユージが私たちとは違う意味で普通じゃないのはなんとなく感じてたけど、本当に何者？
What? Again with this? Name: Kazami Yuji. Occupation: student. Currently attending Mihama Academy. We've been introduced, haven't we?
今となってはその言葉ほどうさんくさいものはないわね。
Great, we're being tag teamed by Amane and Yumiko over here. What the hell? What the hell?
隠すってことは言えないってことなんだろうから、これ以上は聞かないけどね。
Oh, please. We all know you're super curious and want to know. Just what I'd expect from a discreet young lady like yourself, Amane. You're a damn good woman.
別の女の子を選んだ男の子にいい女だって言われてもね。
Oh my god.
すみません。いや、謝られると余計傷つくから。そんなことより、まずはお風呂に入ってきた方がいいんじゃない？服汚れてるわよ。
Right? It's awfully ballsy of him to sit back and say that he's attending a school he just fucking blew up for the girl that he fell in love with. Like, dude, come on. Michiru reaches down and sweeps a few lingering clumps of grass from Sachi's skirt.
そういえばそうでした。大浴場もいつも通りに使えるから。なんならお兄ちゃんと一緒に入っちゃってもいいのよさ。
Oh my god.
マキちゃんにここまでお願いされては仕方ありませんね。一緒に入りましょう、ゆうくん。
She'll be like, hey, Yukun, can I wash your back again? Using her babbling as an excuse? You're you're shameless, woman.
さすがゆうくん。なかなかガードが硬いです。Listen!
Alright, we have an ad break popping up here in about 3 minutes, chat. We do take 3-minute ad breaks per hour to ensure that pre-rolls do not happen when you join the channel. We're gonna take a break here in a couple of minutes and pop up some words on stream and take a quick break. Oh right, we forgot Tachibana was still there.
学園長として風紀を乱すような行動は見逃せません。お風呂はちゃんと別々に入ること。
A den of debauchery, oh my god.
それは嫉妬でしょうか？
Yes, it's absolute jealousy.
違います。教育者としての行動理念です。残念です。
You please, you think that's gonna stop you from doing anything when she leaves? Like, really?
それで、二人がお風呂から上がったら、もう一度ここに集まってちょうだい。それから、仮校舎での授業について説明するから。仮校舎？
Aw, was she pinning her hopes on there being no school until it's rebuilt? Thank you for the hydrate, high tech.
校舎がなくなったからといって、授業をしないわけにはいかないでしょ？
Is the dorm lobby gonna be their new school facilities for the time being?
これでもすぐに授業が始められるようにって頑張ったんだから。そこは頑張らなくてもよかったです、学園長。
In other words, I didn't do my homework.
そういうことを考える子がいるから授業を休めないんです。はい。
Hi.
それじゃあ、ここで一度解散にしましょうか。
その前に一つ質問があるんですが。
何？榊さん。
校舎がなくなる前に予定されていた学力テストは行われるんですか？
You can't get rid of it. The instant the question leaves Sakaki's lips, Sachi's expression grows visibly serious. This entire plan was carried out under the pretext of getting rid of that test. I guess it's only natural that the outcome would be a point of interest for everyone in this room.
それは小峰さんに聞きたいんだけれど。
Oh boy.
私にですか？
ええ。小峰さん、あなたはまだ学力テストをなくす必要があると思う？
Make Michiru suffer and take the test. Do it!
それは。
Alright, we're about to start our ad break. I'm gonna pop on over to our BRB screen, put some words on stream up, and we'll be back once the 3-minute ad break is over with. I highly implore everybody else to get up, stretch, hydrate, take your meds, do whatever you need to do for self-care, and we'll be back once the ad break is done. What do you mean never? Take care of yourself. Fucking take care of yourself. God damn it. Alright, chat, we'll be back. Stop teasing me like this, Dag. You suck. Anyway, we'll be right back. Alright, we are back from ad break. Albeit I came back a little late, but I had a little bit of a spat with a spider to deal with, so. But yeah, we're back. Now we can jump back into some more Fruit of Grisaia. And continue on this path with Sachi's routes. I don't know how much longer we have with this, though. So. Let me just close out of something here real quick. Alright, now we're good. I'm fighting Millennia, Blade of... I haven't come across that yet! What? God damn it, Ore. I'm still in Londo, damn it! You have more lull in chat. 16 hours? What about 16 hours? Oh, an Elden Ring? I'm just like, wait a second. What? Not DS. I was just like, wait a second. Yeah, have fun with that. Good luck. I got confused for a second. You know, there's actually this Dark Souls-like game that actually was released on Lurkit for early access. I was watching Gremlin play it last night. It actually looked really fun, but it's early access, and I'm just like, do I really want that? Do I really want to do that? Yeah, I think I'll pass. Oh, so you're basically where I'm at right now, except, you know, haven't defeated them yet. Halfway through a tentative sentence, Sachi closes her eyes and falls silent to think over the question more carefully. We watch and wait in tense silence for the result of her deliberations.
思いません。みんなが受けるテストなら、私たちも受けるべきです。
Damn.
本当にそれでいいのね。
All that trouble to get rid of a test just to be like, yeah, we're taking it anyway. I get the impression Chizuru had been expecting this answer, but she gently asked for confirmation anyway.
はい。そのテストでいい点を取って、ゆうくんに褒めてもらえるように頑張ります。
God damn it, Sachi. Why are you adorable? And Sachi's shamelessly cheerful response, delivered with a big smile on her face, takes even me by surprise. They blew up the school to get out of a test. To take the test anyways. Yes. The whole point behind them doing that was to actually get a point across to Sachi. But Yuji had it all planned from the beginning with Tachibana, their school principal, and his boss, JB. But even then, the rest of the girls were not really in on it. Sakaki had suspicions, but that was basically it. All of this for Sachi to sit back and realize her feelings for Yuji. And finally sitting back and realize, I don't need to be a good girl anymore. Oh, hey Mega, how are you? How was Outlast last night, by the way? I kind of snuck into your stream for a little while, but by the time I actually had time to watch it, you had already rated out. I'm just like, damn it! I actually haven't played the Outlast games except for Outlast Trials, which I played with Dag, and Dag tortured me through it, so, you know. Yeah.
ここまで開き直られると怒る気にもならないわね。なんだかかっこいいのよ、サッチン。はあ、結局はのろけですか。そうですか。
Michiru, are we jealous? Are we jealous over here? Just a few hours ago, the girl had been willing to do anything and everything to get rid of that test, up to and including something as dramatic as destroying her own school. That last was great. One of my mods was screaming the whole time, but bless the lady, to her toes, she stuck through. Aw, that's sweet. It sucks that it scared the crap out of her, though. At least it was fun for you. So understandably enough, everyone was startled by her overwhelmingly bright and positive answer. But it was undeniable proof that Sachi was no longer trapped by the skewed system of values she'd clung to for so long. Maybe that cheerful smile was a little audacious after all that, but nobody was about to criticize her for it. Once Chizuru let us know that the standardized test would in fact be conducted a few days later than originally scheduled, we brought the gathering to a temporary conclusion. And after watching Sachi head off for her well-deserved bath, I pull out one of my cell phones and make a call. Why are we apologizing, Dag? What are you up to? What are you doing? Of course it's us. Who else would it be, JB? Hello? After a single ring and a little electronic static, I hear the usual voice on the other end of the line. Hey, JB, I've got a question I need to ask you. In person. Oh boy. Oh, you suck having those sesame seaweed rice chips. I hate you. Why are you doing this to me, Dag? Why? Why are you doing this, man? How convenient. Unfortunately, we've got some onlookers hanging around the usual place. Would you mind heading somewhere else? I'll send you the address. That's not everything? Oh god. Chat, Dag's sending me food pics and making me hungry. Can we beat him up? Actually, never mind. He'll enjoy that. Our concise little conversation concluded. I immediately prepared to head out. Yeah, see, that's why... No, we're not doing that. About 10 minutes after I reached the place I specified, a comically conspicuous yellow sports car arrives on the scene. Only if he beats me up too. Damn. Naturally, it isn't long before a certain splendidly shaggy-headed blonde emerges. That didn't take long. Not that it ever does with you. Yeah, sure. Maybe you're just watching me constantly through a high-powered telescope? You have enough time to bitch about nagging bosses with your coworkers, don't you? Get wrecked. Get wrecked, JB. Get wrecked. Sorry, just a joke. Yeah, from what Chizuru tells me, Hasumi Gaseki dropped a gag order on this. She's also an annoyance too. Don't let the hotness fool you. She's a pain in the ass. I see. At first glance, that strikes me as an almost disproportionate level of legal force. It must have taken some serious groundwork, money, and political authority to get such a wide-scale order in place. Sorry, I think I must be missing something here. Mind if I work through this from the top? Our school is owned and administered by the Sakaki Academy Educational Corporation. One small arm of the corporate octopus Sakaki's father controls. But from what you found, the school wasn't actually built by East Beach Construction, their architectural branch. Instead, Sakaki quietly brought in the second biggest player in the field, Nishizono Construction. Right so far?
本来なら売り上げを競うライバル企業として互いにしのぎを削る仲であるはずの2社が手を取り合っていた理由。
Oh.
そこには長年にわたる談合の存在があり、国からの補助金を目当てとした計画的な工事費用の水増しなんかが行われていた。
There's always some underhanded methods of this stuff going on in this visual novel. And you were planning to use that knowledge as a shield for my otherwise unthinkable bit of demolition work.
両者間の不正を証明するデータの存在を知らせ、それを理由に美浜学園の爆破解体を予告。そして世間にはあくまで私的な理由での解体工事として爆破解体を申請した。
Right, so this is where it stops making sense. It's one thing for East Beach or Nishizono to throw some money around to keep the press off the scent. But if we're talking about a gag order from Kasumi Gaseki, then...
今回の
Oh, hi,
件を公にす
Miorin.
ることが国家という集団意志にとって不利益を生むと判断された。
You did fuck up, but you know what? We still love you anyway for it. How you doing today? JV interrupts in a cold, flat tone of voice. Her expression has changed to match. It's the face of a superior giving orders to a subordinate in the workplace. From the sound of things, I'm going to guess you know the exact reason that decision was made. Oh, you just got home?
知っているわ。
Oh, you had a long day at
でも
work,
それは
didn't you?
あなたに知る権利が与えられていない情報よ。
I see. Understood.
気にしていた割には随分あっさりしているのね。
Well, you just gave me pretty much the entire answer, as much as I need to know anyway.
そう。
Apparently satisfied that I'm not going to press the matter further, JB lets the intimidating scowl drop off her face.
じゃあその話はここでおしまいね。
Yeah, of course. And with a casual flip over of her voluminous blonde hair, she's right back to normal. Wasn't expecting you to move on so easily yourself.
あなたがこれ以上聞こうとしないなら気を張る必要はないもの。
Judging by her attitude, JB's not really interested in the conclusion I've drawn. She just wants to make it clear that I need to keep them to myself.
それから今回の件に関する市ヶ谷からの処分だけど、
Yeah, what about Ichigaya?
本件に関する9029号が取った行動の一切を不問とし、これまで通り予備役扱いで待機とのことよ。
Affirmative.
本当に聞き分けがいいわね。あなたのことだからもっと噛みついてくると思っていたのに。
I don't see the problem. Even if I don't know the exact details, it seems Ichigaya and I happen to have a common interest on this one. Come to think of it, it wouldn't surprise me if your cooperation with this plan was authorized by someone upstairs.
そこまで分かっていれば上出来ね。
With an almost amused smile, JB turns smoothly on her heel and heads for her car.
それじゃあ仕事になったらまた連絡するから、今は体を休めなさい。
I mean, yeah, we have some stuff to work through. We did just blow up an entire
ど
fucking
うせ
school.
爆破の準備でほとんど寝ていないんでしょ。
Right back at you. Make sure you're getting your beauty sleep, alright? Your skin's going to turn into a mess at this rate.
ご忠告ありがとう。
Damn. Her tone taking a distinct turn for this hour, JB slips into her car, then vanishes obnoxiously into the night. The details aren't clear to me, but apparently the country doesn't think too highly of what East Beach has been getting up to lately. At a guess, someone probably decided they could use my plan to wreck Sakaki's pet project as something of a warning shot across his bow. I'd gone into this fully prepared to be culled for messing around with a major player, but my luck seems to have been astoundingly good. A pet dog tries to bite his owner, only to have them protect him from the potential consequences. I guess it's not a completely unheard of outcome, given a valuable enough mutt. But even if some influential elements in Ichigaya and Kasumi Gaseki were on board with this, it's hard to understand how such a thorough gag order got handed down so quickly. It almost seems plausible that someone was orchestrating all this from behind the scenes. Maybe that genius criminal we've supposedly got locked up in the basement? Yeah, sure. Just because I'm drawing a blank doesn't mean I need to start drawing conclusions based off some urban legend our female employees invented for lack of anything better to talk about at lunch. In any case, it seems the country itself is protecting me on this one. No reason to look a gift horse in the mouth. For one thing, this means I don't have to give her any new worries. Yeah, about that. Ooh, punkies. God damn it. Apparently Sachi was waiting for me to return. She trots right up the instant I enter the dorm.
おかえりなさい、ゆうくん。
It's so awkward seeing her in casual clothes now because we're so used to seeing her in a maid uniform. Yeah.
それで、大丈夫でしたか？
You're going to have to be more specific.
ゆうくんはきっと私に大事なことを気づかせてくれるために無理をしてくれたんですよね。
Extraordinary. Extraordinarily criminal. Oh, hi, Nocturnal. How are you doing today? No reason to be sorry for being late. It's fine. You come in your own time. No one is ever late for stream.
そのせいで春寺さんから怒られたんじゃないですか？
She really is a sharp one. My face hasn't spontaneously started displaying my thoughts in bold type, has it? Not to worry, JV was on board with this from the start.
そうだったんですね。
Yeah.
でもこれだけは覚えていてください。これから先にゆうくんが悩んだり迷ったりすることがあったとしても、私はゆうくんを信じます。
What?
だからゆうくんも自分を信じてください。
No response.
私には信じることしかできません。でもその私を信じると言ってくれたのはゆうくんなんですから。
In the few hours since we stood above the ruined school, our position seemed to have completely reversed. The clarity of her feelings and the force of her convictions are enough to make me tremble. I guess I did say something like that, didn't I?
はい。
We have a wild Granados in chat. Come to think of it, this is probably the reason I was drawn to Sachi in the first place. Trapped in constant hesitation, unable to find any real meaning in my existence, I wanted someone who could tell me it's alright. Someone who could look me in the eyes and say, you can be here. Someone who could see past all my lies and half-truths and say, I believe in you with absolute conviction. Someone like Sachi. Sachi.
はい。何でしょう。
Oh god. Mind if I hug you? Before the words are fully out of my mouth, I've wrapped my arms around Sachi's waist and pulled her small body close. Like, you're asking for permission as you're doing it. Like, what the fuck?
まだ返事をしていないのにもう抱きしめられています。
Sorry, couldn't restrain myself.
そう言われると反論できません。とてもずるい言い方です。
Yeah, playing fair isn't my style, but since when were you the sort to get flustered over something like this?
多分違ったと思います。でも今は
Oh my
こ
god.
んなにドキドキしてしまうんです。
Her face bright red, Sachi hugs me back, tightly pressing her chest against me. True enough, her heartbeat seems to be significantly elevated. Nice to know she wasn't exaggerating for my benefit. At this point, I finally noticed something's a little unusual here. By the way, these clothes.
はい。以前海でのデートで着させてもらった服です。制服が汚れてしまったのでこの服に着替えたのですが、
Oh my god, this
そ
girl.
の
This girl!
似合っているでしょうか。
Her voice wavering uncertainly, Sachi looks up into my eyes. Just seeing her act like this is enough to hit me with a fierce kick of affection. Yeah, incomprehensibly good. You're fabulous, kid.
なんだか今とてもバカにされたような気がします。
That look on her face, though. Just your imagination. You look cute, Sachi.
わかりました。ゆうくんのその言葉を信じます。
As I pet Sachi's head, the expression on her face suggests her displeasure isn't quite as sincere as she'd like me to believe. The girl's not exactly hard to understand, but then again, this childish simplicity is a big part of her natural charm.
それからもうすぐ仮校舎での授業についての説明が始まるのですが、ゆうくんはまだお風呂に入っていませんよね。
Yeah, I was planning to go in after you finished, but...
だったら急ぎましょう。なんなら私も一緒に入ってお手伝いします。
Of course. Thanks, but I'll pass.
ゆうくんはどうしてそういうことを言うんですか？自分の彼女が海外しく尽くそうとしているのに。
Wow, now she's being tactful about it. Because I get the feeling your servicing would go a little beyond washing my hair.
その発言はとても失礼です。
Impolite, but we all know it's true, though. I seem to remember you implying the exact same...
聞こえません。
You know no shame. The dust literally hasn't even settled on this incident, but one thing's already become clear to me. After all the time I spent floating indecisively along, I found something like a reason to live. And without a doubt, this girl's the one who gave it to me. I have Sachi now, and that's enough. I have someone who believes in me, who trusts in my return, who smiles wholeheartedly at my words. No matter what else I have to give up, I want to protect that. She's irreplaceable to me. For her sake, if nothing else, I think I can go on. What the hell are you responding to now, Michiru? She sounds like she's seen a freaking ghost or something. What's up, Michiru? Practicing your courtship behavior in preparation for mating season? Oh my god.
殴るわよ。私たちの学園を壊しちゃったくせに。ボマー風見のくせに。
Don't be mean.
言うなよ。じゃないわよ。可愛く言ったってあんたのやったことがなしになるわけじゃないんだからね。
Hey, it's not all bad. Remember how depressed you were about summer vacation ending? Now you've got another week.
それは確かに
I know,
有事の
right?
おかげかもしれないけど。
As Chizuru said, our present lack of a school building doesn't mean we can stop holding classes entirely. At the second meeting yesterday evening, she explained Mihama Academy would be temporarily renting a nearby building that had previously been used as a commercial cram school. But it seems some relatively extensive maintenance was necessary to bring the infrastructure up to the necessary standards. So we ended up getting a 1-week emergency extension to our summer vacation. Of course, considering the limited amount of time Chizuru had to prepare for this demolition, I doubt anyone else could have gotten things up and running even that quickly. So, why were you practicing your war shout?
おたけびでもないわよ。っていうか、あんたの目は風穴。周りをよく見てみなさいよ。
Consciously refraining from any comment on Michiru's interesting choice of words, I glance around the lobby. Sure enough, something unusual immediately catches my eye. Now that you mention it, the dorm seems really clean today.
そう、私はこの仕事ぶりに感心していたのよ。
In other words, this is the work of...
はい、インランメイド改め恋するメイド小峰幸です。
Reformed slutty maid Komine Sachi. Oh my god, this girl.
サチ、あんた元気になったのはいいけど、なんかキャラ変わってない？
I mean, what did you expect? She finally snapped back into who she is as a person. What do you expect there, Michiru?
だとしたらそれは恋の力かもしれません。
恋の？
そのツインテールをギュッと引っ張ってリボン結びにしてしまいますよ、みちる様。
Oh shit.
まあ、あんたがそう言うならそうなんだろうけど。何はともあれ、サチがまた掃除をしてくれるようになって助かったわよ。
そうなんですか？
まあね、あんたが悩んでる間もユージやアマネなんかが定期的に掃除はしてくれてたけど。
Boy, is she in for a big surprise with this one. Sachi's probably gonna stop cleaning all the time now.
サチが戻ってきた途端、こんなに綺麗になってるのよ。そりゃあサチの偉大さを再認識するってもんでしょう。
Yes, you have a point. I put a respectable amount of effort into maintaining the dorm in Sachi's stead, but unlike her, I was acting out of necessity. When you've got someone who actually enjoys cleaning for its own sake, you'll naturally get a more thorough, attentive job. Somehow, the place feels genuinely more pleasant to be in.
私のお掃除がお役に立っているとしたら、それはお父さんとお母さんのおかげです。
そうなの？
はい、これはゆうくんにはお伝えしてあることなのですが、お父さんとお母さんから褒めてもらったことがきっかけで、私はお掃除のことが好きになりましたから。
Yeah, that's
な
fair.
るほどね。そういうところをちゃんと見てくれてたってことは、それだけサチのことが好きだったってことなんでしょうね。
Ah, plenty of attention, huh?
そうですよね。
Yeah. Uh-huh. Plenty of attention, right?
ん？何か気になることでもあった？
いえ、そんなことはありませんよ。
そう。
Well, this just got awkward. Sachi told her classmates about the tragic accident that scarred her childhood, but not about the way her parents had abruptly grown distant and disinterested. Without knowing that part of the story, I suppose Michiru's reaction is perfectly natural.
そうだ、サチ、せっかくだから私のツインテールも久しぶりに言ってよ。
みちる様の髪をですか？
そう、自分でも言えるんだけど、やっぱりサチにやってもらった方がビシッと決まるのよね。
わかりました。そういうことでしたら、この小峰幸、喜んでみちる様の髪を言わせていただきます。
Uh-huh.
はい、決まり。
The instant Sachi agrees, Michiru grabs her by the hand and drags her up to the second floor.
小峰さん、数日前とは見違えるくらい生き生きとしているわね。
Oh, if it isn't Chizuru.
ねえ風見くん、前々から思っていたんだけど、
Scratchy throat.
学校で話すときは千鶴じゃなくてちゃんと学園長って呼んでくれない？
Oh, but why? In other words, you want me to reserve Chizuru for bed?
そのベッドに別の女の子を乗せることにしたくせに。
You say something?
なんでもありません。
Her expression suddenly dripping with displeasure, Chizuru turns her face away from me like a sulking child. She's been oddly cranky lately. Maybe it was a bad one this month. Oh god. Whatever. Anyway, glad you're here. I know I've caused you a hell of a lot of hassle recently. I wanted to apologize.
どうしたの？急に改まって。
Well, I guess I've gained a little more perspective on all this after the fact. But when all's said and done, that plan never would have gotten off the ground without your cooperation. I'm trying to show a little gratitude.
なるほど。それは殊勝な心がけね。でも、あまり気にしないで。いつでも力になるって言ったのは私なんだから。
Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
それに、小峰さんが抱えていた問題は解消されたんでしょ？
Don't know about that, but at the very least, I think she's gotten free of those laws that were binding her.
そしてそれを取り除いたのは風見くんじゃない。
Thanks, but you're wrong. I just gave her the chance she needed to wriggle her way out.
きっかけ？
Her rules were a defense mechanism. Before she could accept her own feelings, she had to see that system fail. She had to lose something precious to her. For that to happen, she needed to have something precious to lose in the first place.
確かにその通りね。
And Sachi cared enough about Mihama Academy for it to qualify. In other words, the real credit for her change has to go to this place, and everyone in it.
なるほどね。
What's with the detached tone, Chizuru? You're on that list too. Pretty near the top, in fact.
Huh?
Not to put too fine a point on it, but every student in this school is a live grenade. And not only did you accept them, you've been juggling skillfully enough that nobody's lost a limb yet. Don't you think that's worth a little recognition?
風見くんからそんなことを言われるとは思わなかったわ。ちょっとびっくり。
Well, all I'm saying is you should try to have a little more confidence in yourself.
あなたからそう言われるほど自信がなくなるのはどうしてかしらね。
With a small sigh, Chizuru smiles wryly. Seems I've managed to blunder obliviously onto yet another landmine.
それ
Yeah,
じゃ
words.
あ、私はそろそろ仕事に戻るわね。
Yeah, keep it up, Principal Tachibana. We're counting on your skills.
任せておいて。
With a girly little pump of her fist, Chizuru strides out the front door. Resolve Sachi's problem, huh? Hope she's right, but... Uh-oh.
ゆうくん
Oh my gosh, this girl. Finally noticing the soft voice calling my name, I turn around to find Sachi tugging on my sleeve. Makes me a little nostalgic for our first meeting here. Hey Sachi, what, you already done with Michiru's hair?
はい、みちる様に喜んでいただけるようにテールの数も一つ増量させていただきました。
I don't think that would qualify as twin tails anymore. A triple tail?
はじめはみちる様もそうおっしゃっていたのですが、こっちの方が強そうですよと進言したところ、確かにそうねとご納得いただけた
I'm
みたいで。
curious to know what that looks like now. I see. Oh, Michiru, just how pitiful can one human being be?
それよりゆうくんは学園長さんと仲がいいですよね。
Don't know if I agree with that assessment.
ですが、時々学園長さんのことを千鶴と呼ぶことがありますよね。
Yeah, not sure if she's mentioned this to you, but we're acquaintances. Nothing else to it.
ゆうくんは
ただの知り合いの女性を呼び捨てにするんですか？
I've been calling you Sachi pretty much from the moment I transferred in, you know.
そういえばそうでした。
Oh my god. Oh, look.
ゆうくんの誠意ある対応のおかげで、学園長さんとはただのお知り合いだということはわか
I
りま
almost
した。
forgot to take my vitamin D and magnesium. Holy shit. Okay, we're good. We have a wild memory in chat too, by the way.
ですが、内外からモテモテの彼氏さんを持つ私の不安は収まりません。
What?
というわけで、ここは乙女的事前対策を取らせていただきます。
Oh no. Preemptive countermeasures?
はい、とりあえずこちらへ。
Oh no. Just like that, she marches decisively off, towing me along by hand. Hold on, Sachi? Oh boy.
ここなら大丈夫。
As we enter her room, Sachi cautiously surveys the area, then nods to herself. Safe from what?
人目をはばかるようなことをしても咎められないという意味でです。
Oh my god, this girl. Illicit activities? Don't tell me.
その
That's what I was thinking too, Tiana. A little before midnight, I feel Sachi stirring awake in my arms. What, up already?
ゆう
Apparently a bit dazed, she blinks her eyes repeatedly in evident confusion.
くん、やっとわかりました。私、あのまま眠ってしまっていたんですね。
Damn, was he that good he knocked you out after the first go? Shit. Yeah, day's practically over by now though. You can just go back to sleep if you want.
今日か。
Right? He totally got laid. And Sachi wanted it too. More or less. What about it?
いえ、特にどうこうということはないのですが、今日はゆうくんとたくさん一緒にいられたなと思いまして。
Smiling happily, Sachi cuddles up against my arm and hugs it tightly. Pure, straightforward affection is always a pleasant thing, but when it's coming from someone you care about in return, pretty much nothing else compares.
ゆうくん、迷惑ついでに一つお願いしたいことがあるのですが、
Hmm? What's that?
今だけじゃなく、
God damn!
明日からもこうしてゆうくんと一緒に寝させていただいてもいいでしょうか。
The expression on Sachi's face is placid, but something in the tone of her voice seems earnest, even pleading. I don't think she's just playing her slightly pushy girlfriend character right now. There's something else to this. For a moment, I hesitate to reply.
やっぱりダメでしょうか。
Oh my god. He can't say no to this girl. He really can't. Apparently, a little unnerved by the delay, Sachi looks up into my eyes and presses for an answer. It's such a characteristic little gesture that I can't help but smile reassuringly back at her. No, fine by me. Sharing a bed's easy enough.
ありがとうございます、ゆうくん。
Smiling in relief, Sachi slowly closes her eyes and nestles up against me. And within seconds, I hear her breathing take on a quiet, regular rhythm. Wait, are you already asleep? I try poking her cheeks as a little experiment, but get nothing in the way of a reaction. Well, I guess she did work pretty damn hard for my benefit today. In recognition of her gallant efforts, I suppose I can overlook this lapse in discipline for the time being. Get yourself some rest, Sachi. Mumbling a few pointless words to my snoring girlfriend, I reach out and gently brush a few loose strands of hair from her forehead. God damn. she having another nightmare? Early the next morning, I snap awake to the sound of someone breathing heavily a few inches from my ear. Sachi? I turn my head toward the irregular sound that roused me. Sachi's laying at my side, squirming in her sleep. It takes me a few seconds to remember that I agreed to share her bed last night. Sachi seems to be having some sort of nightmare. Her breathing's rough and ragged. From the look of things, I should probably wake her up immediately. Sachi. Hey, Sachi. When I quietly call her name, Sachi opens her eyes just a sliver. It's nothing like that! She's having a nightmare, damn it, alright. You awake? But instead of responding to my voice, she just gazes vaguely over at me. Sachi? Is it? I just gave her a considerate wake-up call, and now she expects me to play along with this cutesy sleepyhead act? Some nerve. Seems I've been too lax on the girl lately. Time to reestablish a little discipline. What's all this then, headmaid? You've forgotten your morning duties. Oh my god. Her body quivering with surprise, Sachi reflexively reaches for my pants like a well-trained dog ordered to fetch a bone. I respond with an instant karate chop to the crown of her head. God damn it. With a dopey little yelp, Sachi's sleep-fogged eyes snap fully open. You finally conscious? Spare me your what? If this was an NCO barracks, you'd be running 5 laps around the grounds by now. Yeah, right? That's what I was thinking too. You were tossing and turning in your sleep. Have a nightmare or something? True enough, her little grunts weren't particularly dramatic. Might just have been a run-of-the-mill bad dream. I have to say though, I'm a little surprised you're not a morning person. Thank you for the hydrate, high tech. Oh? Why is today any different? Stop pushing the blame onto me every time you embarrass yourself, you cheeky little punk. Oh, this little shit. There's a vaguely expectant expression on Sachi's face as she delivers this line. Her newfound aggressiveness on this front reminds me pretty strongly of the pushy little kid she used to be, but at the moment it's a little hard to celebrate. No, I think I'll pass. I don't dislike the whole Master of the Mansion role-playing, but I'm not enough of a lust-crazed monkey to start screwing first thing in the morning. God damn it, Sachi. Sachi's always had a habit of clinging stubbornly to certain misconceptions, but the trend actually seems to be accelerating lately, in some very weird ways. Is this my fault? An attractive proposal, but I want to take care of my daily running first. Rolling out of bed, I proceed to straighten my appearance a little. Well, you don't really need to, but... Amane happens to be coming down the stairs from the second floor just as we leave the room. Our eyes meet. Instantaneously evaluating the approaching danger, I turn to my side and issue preemptive orders. Emergency situation, Sachi. Take her into custody!
Yeah!
Sachi circles smoothly behind her target, binds her thumbs together with a bit of nylon cord, then pushes a knee sharply against the back of her right leg. Amane is forced to her knees, both arms effectively immobilized. Truly graceful, confident movements. Reminds me of a well-trained professional operative at work. Seems like you've been keeping up with your daily training.
恐縮であります。
ごめん、お取り込み中のところ悪いんだけど、一つ聞いていい？
Oh boy. Very well. You have permission to speak.
どうして私はいきなり拘束されてるわけ？っていうか、なんで捕虜扱い？
There was a possibility you'd get some funny ideas about us leaving the room together and start squawking. I acted to neutralize this threat.
じゃあ、そういうことしてたの？
I'm not going to fall for your leading questions. I'm the one conducting this interrogation. Who sent you after us? Is this Makina's
い
doing?
や、誘導尋問っていうか、あんたたちが付き合ってるのは周知の事実だし。朝早く同じ部屋から2人が出てきたとしても別に驚かないってば。
Oh, please. You'd be the first person to fuss. What, really? Should have said so in the first place.
それを説明する前に拘束されたんですけど。
手荒な真似をしてしまってすみません、あまねさん。
ああ、さっちゃんは謝らなくてもいいのよ。どうせユージがやらせたことなんだから。
Are you trying to pin the blame exclusively on Yuji now, are we?
はい、今の私はゆうくんの命令にだけ絶
Oh my
対
god,
服
this
従
girl.
です。
のろけるのは構わないんだけど、その前に拘束を解いてもらえる？
But funsies. But all the funsies. Hang on, just one moment. I needed to check something. Alright, we're good. We're good.
わあ、そうでした。
Finally coming to her senses, Sachi retrieves a pair of scissors from God knows where and carefully snips the nylon cord binding Amane's fingers.
まさかこの国で捕虜になることがあるとは思わなかったわよ。
I mean, you can never be too careful. Expect the unexpected, Amane. Expect the unexpected. But if you weren't shadowing us, why are you up and about this early?
ああ、今日は商店街で朝市が立つのよ。だからそのための早起きってわけ。
What? Just economizing on your food costs?
そうそう。朝市で売られる食材はいつも以上にお安くなるからさ。
そういうことでしたら、マキちゃんのお世話は私に任せてください。
ありがとう、さっちゃん。もしあの子が起きてきたら、用意しておいた朝ごはんを食べさせてくれればいいから。
わかりました。では、そのように。
それじゃあ私は行ってきまーす。
With an energetic pump of her fists, Amane bounds out of the door in pursuit of her bargains. Well, can't let Amane make us look bad. Let's get ready.
はい。
Ay, ay, ay. That afternoon, halfway through her routine laundry duty, Sachi begins to spread out pens and paper on the table. Getting some studying in while you wait?
いえ、今年の夏休みは帰省するタイミングがなかったので、おじさんたちに近況を知らせるお手紙を書こうと思いまして。
I hope she leaves out those fine details. Right, now that you mention it, you were adopted by your dad's brother and his wife, weren't you?
はい。おじさん夫婦は昔から優しい人たちでしたし。私のことを引き取ってくれた後も本当の家族のように接してくれて、いくら感謝しても足りないくらいです。
Their own daughter, huh? When someone ends up adopting a niece or nephew, problems of neglect and abuse are sadly common. But from JB's information, Sachi's aunt and uncle were decent people who'd never managed to have a child of their own. I guess she was fortunate in that respect. In that case, I guess there's no reason to sugarcoat it. Might as well tell them how you're really feeling.
はい。学園に転入してきた男の子に日々女としての喜びを
Oh
教
my
え込ま
god,
れ
Sachi, no!
そう書いておくことにします。
Not literal. Oh my god, this girl. Good thinking. I'm sure your uncle will send us a celebratory box of rubbers.
ドラッグストアに行く手間が省けますね。
Oh my god. Okay, this is a joke, right?
もちろんです。そんなことを書いてしまったら、おじさん得意の通信空手の出番になってしまうかもしれません。
Long distance karate chops, huh? Sounds about right. Well, I did more or less get the sense she was kidding around, but you can never be too careful with this one.
そんなに私の冗談は笑えませんか？
Aw. Master Sword has karaoke. Or why do I read it as karaoke instead of karate? I'm okay. That's not it. I'm more concerned with what you're writing about me.
それなら心配いりません。初恋の男の子と再会して幸せな毎日を送っています。
Yeah, I read it as karaoke and not karate, like out of the corner of my eye. I'm just like, wait a second, why did I just say that? Your first love, huh? It honestly feels a little awkward to hear that, but it's hardly unpleasant to know that she had feelings for me even back then. But while we're on the topic of Sachi's past, there's something that's been weighing on my mind for a while now. Specifically her mother, in a persistent vegetative state ever since the accident. She's still lying in that hospital bed. Sachi has to be aware of that fact, but she's never shown any intention of paying a visit, or even mention her mother in the present tense. I can't help but wonder how Sachi feels about her parents now, what she thinks about the cold way they treated her before the accident. That's one part of the story that's still mostly a blank.
ゆうくんがそういう顔をしているときは、何か難しいことを考えているとき。
Well, you would be correct with that one. Okay, Sachi, mind if I ask you a serious question?
それは私のお父さんとお母さんに関することですよね。
It's a statement, not a question. Sachi's expression is suddenly very serious. That's right. On the day we destroyed the school, you said they abruptly turned cold. Did something happen between you and your parents back then?
何があったというよりは、逆に何もなかったのが問題だったんだと思います。
Nothing happened?
はい。私があの公園でゆうくんと出会うまでは、お父さんもお母さんもとても優しかったんです。でも、お父さんの実家の工房がテレビで取り上げられたことをきっかけに、私の家の仕事も急に忙しくなって、仕事の手を止めて私の話を聞いてくれたり、休日になれば一緒に遊んでくれるというようなこともなくなり、金型を作る機械の音が一日中鳴り響く家で一人ご飯を食べるということが多くなりました。そして二人が私の相手をしてくれないのは自分の頑張りが足りないせいだと考えて、私は勉強も家の手伝いもそれまで以上に頑張りました。
Makes sense.
でも私がどんなに頑張っても二人の反応が変わることはなかった。そういうことです。
I see. From what I've just heard, it's easy enough to arrive at a reasonable conjecture. Sachi's parents were just too occupied with work to give her the attention she was craving. Their coldness was probably simple exhaustion. But I can still remember the way Sachi used to talk about them on the playground back then. It's not hard to imagine how hurt and unhappy she must have been. Even so, I remember you saying that you loved them very much just a few weeks ago. Are those your honest feelings? Sachi averts her eyes, clearly hesitant to answer. There's no doubt that this is a painful question for her. But Sachi's relationship with her parents was the root cause of all her suffering. Until she finds some sort of closure about this, I haven't saved her in any real sense.
二人が私のことをどう思っていたかは分かりません。でも私がお父さんとお母さんのことを好きだったという気持ちは変わりません。
I see. The words have the ring of truth. Right now, I think Sachi understands her own feelings with absolute clarity. In that case, maybe helping her escape the law she imposed on herself was enough. Maybe, in breaking free of that defensive shell, she's found something like normality again. Sorry for asking you an unpleasant question, Sachi.
ゆうくんが謝る必要なんてありません。 ゆうくんは私に大切なことを気づかせるためにあれだけのことをしてくれました。ですからゆうくんには私の全てを知っていてほしいんです。
Sachi's words and tone convey something very close to absolute trust. I respond to her earnest feelings by reaching out and gently petting her head. Thanks, Sachi.
はい。
But if you're that sure of your feelings toward your parents, I guess there's nothing for me to worry about. Go ahead and tell your uncle that you're happy. Sounds like it's true.
ゆうくん
When you're done writing that letter, let's go drop it off together.
はい。もう遅いから帰っておいで。
Her freshly completed letter in hand, Sachi trots along a step ahead of me. I've come to enjoy hearing this song, knowing that it means she's in a good mood. The gentle flowing melody inspires relief and contentment. We have an ad break here in about 3 minutes, chat. I guess even Michiru can be a valuable source of information every once in a while.
そういえばゆうくんはこの先を少し行ったところに小さな公園があるのを知っていますか？
Yeah, happened to pass by a little while ago on my way to work.
それは残念です。とっておきの情報でゆうくんを驚かせようと思っていたのですが。
That's high quality intelligence in your book?
はい。公園は私とゆうくんにとっては思い出の場所ですから。
I mean, yeah, that is true.
サチ、お前は本当にすごいやつだ。世界一、いや宇宙一お前のことを愛していると喜んでくれることを期待していました。
Quite the imagination she has, though. Sachi, you really are something else. I love you more than anyone else on Earth. No, more than anyone else in the universe. As I parrot the corny line, I wrap my arms around Sachi and hug her tightly. I re-rendered her speechless chat. Hey Sachi, you planning to say something here?
すみません。あまりの嬉しさに思わず呼吸が止まっ
Thank
て
you
し
for the
まってい
hydrate,
ま
high
した。
tech. I really wish I could interpret that as a joke. That said, it's kind of a relief that she enjoyed hearing it. I'd been fully prepared for the possibility of something like, I was only joking, Yukon. That's rather nauseating. Guess it was worth the gamble.
でも私がゆうくんを
Bro was
驚かせた
bracing
り
for impact,
何
right?
かの勝負で勝つというのは難しそうです。
You're overestimating me. I didn't beat you beat you at extreme typos, did I?
そういえば、
Yeah, words.
ブランコでどちらが高く上がれるか勝負も連続逆上がり勝負も私の勝ちでした。
What? This is back when we were kids?
はい。あの頃のゆうくんはまだ可愛いという言葉が似合う感じでしたし、私も運動は得意な方でしたから。
I mean... I'm not particularly happy about the cute thing, but sounds like we played some pretty fierce games back then.
正確には私が付き合わせたと言った方がいいかもしれませんけど。
True, I've got a pretty strong impression of you as a complete tomboy.
だから靴飛ばしも私が勝ったままなんです。
Oh my god, is this gonna end in a cute way? With Yuji finally beating her at the being shoe kicking champion, and then that's how it ends? That would be the cutest fucking thing ever. Anyway, we have ad break here in about 15-20 seconds, so we're gonna pop on over to our BRB screen, put some words on stream up, and take a quick break while the ads run. So yeah, I implore everybody else to get up, stretch, hydrate, take your meds, do whatever it is you need to do for self-care, and we'll be back once the ad break is over with. Alright, we are back from ad break. Oh my gosh. Bum, 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 bum. You know, I really hate like the long timer that they place on you when you're trying to like, really? Can they like decrease the cooldown, please? Let me see. Yay! We finally beat a level. No thanks to Ori. Alright, let's go ahead and turn autopilot off on this one. And let's jump back into some more Fruit of Grisaia, why don't we? Seriously though, it would be the cutest fucking thing with this to end with Yuji winning the shoe kicking contest. Shoe kicking?
いえ、何でもありません。
I am not repeating that after the level of cringe that I posted on YouTube Shorts. If you say so. Seems like Sachi remembers those days pretty vividly. The poggiest woggy- oh my god, I hate it here. But unfortunately, my own memories from back then are still pretty indistinct. At this point, that strikes me as a bit of a shame. Yes, you are sensing cringe here, High Tech. We have a Lilligant in chat. Well, when we both got some free time, maybe we can try messing around in the playground again.
それは本当ですか?
Messing around, huh, Yuji? You might want to be more specific with her, just saying. I have a headache, but I'm still made of cringe. I am 100% cringe. Are we working on some school assignments there, High Tech? Yeah, I'm a little irritated that I can't remember those days as well as you. Making some new memories strikes me as more productive than sulking about it.
2011年9月3日14時16分
Mind telling me why you're writing down the exact time all of a sudden? Am I under arrest?
今後私がゆうくんを公園に誘っても断られないように証拠として記録しておくんです
I see. Very prudent. It seems you got a good grasp on my personality.
自分が好きになった人のことですから
Well, so much for the last minute sorry, too embarrassing escape route.
ゆうくんとの公園デート
今からとても楽しみです。
Swinging her arms back and forth in evident good cheer, Sachi marches along at my side. Seeing this sincere smile on her face, I can feel my chest growing warm. Wonder if my master used to feel this way when I smiled at her. The thought brings a small, irrepressible smile to my own face. Thank you for the lurk, high-tech. First things first, let's get that letter to the post office.
Hi.
Sachi's cheerful mood would last the entire day and well into the night, right until the moment we fell asleep, nestled against the warmth of each other's bodies. Do you have another nightmare? No? Okay. Human beings are most vulnerable in moments of celebration. Growing up in a house where a thoughtless smile on my face could earn me a punch to the jaw, I figured that much out before I even graduated from elementary school. Probably because of that, I've always been pretty cautious about making my real feelings too obvious to others. And by the same token, I'm aware of associating carelessness with danger more strongly than most people. I make a conscious effort to stay alert, if not tense, at all times. But as I've just been reminded, true carelessness is something that sneaks up on you. The nastiest surprises always come when you don't even realize you've let down your guard. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Jerked involuntarily out of a light sleep, I hear harsh, gasping breathing nearby. It doesn't take long for me to realize that it's Sachi. I instantly reach over and shake her trembling body. Sachi, wake up. Sachi. When I call her name, her eyes slide open quickly enough. Sachi. Oh my gosh, this poor girl.
ございます。ゆうくん。
And a few moments later, she responds in a sluggish voice, a voice tinged with genuine exhaustion, rather than typical morning lethargy. This has become a familiar pattern lately. Another bad dream?
そうみたいです。
This was my point of carelessness, Sachi's nightmares. The first night I spent sharing a bed with Sachi became the first morning I saw her groaning in her sleep. Hardly a problem in itself, but since she's been having these nightmares practically every day. And with each passing morning, her suffering seems to be growing worse. When her squirming finally grows strong enough to rouse me, I quickly reach over and shake her awake. Recently, this has become almost routine. Sachi closes her eyes and waits motionlessly for her breathing to grow calm. Is your throat dry? Need something to drink?
はい、それは大丈夫です。
Slowly sliding off the bed onto her feet, she makes her way directly to my bathroom. This clear exhaustion after the fact is a recent development. At first, she quickly returned to normal, so energetic and cheerful that I'd all but forgot about her tossing and turning. Because of that, I was slow to pick up on the fact that something was seriously wrong. But recently, her poor sleep has begun to take its toll. In the last few days, she's been noticeably absent-minded and inattentive, frequently spacing out at random moments.
顔を洗ったらすっきりしました。
Sachi returns from the bathroom a few minutes later, looking slightly more awake. Can you remember what the dream was about today?
はい、
She probably remembers, she just doesn't want to talk about it.
見たくない夢を見たという感覚はあるのですが、内容はよく覚えていません。
I see. This response is familiar as well. Sachi's aware of the nightmares, but so far she hasn't been able to remember the specific details after waking up.
それより、もうすぐゆうくんがランニングに出かける時間です。
Yeah, but
私のことなら大丈夫です。ゆうくんはいつもの日課をこなしてください。
Sachi.
私はその間に朝ごはんを作ってお待ちしていますから。
She's downplaying her problems. Alright. When Sachi is like this, the world's longest lever couldn't budge her. Thanks, Firebot. Trying to push the issue wouldn't be productive. Reluctantly, I leave my room and head out for my run. Nightmares, huh? Alone on the rooftop of the dorm, I mutter the word to myself. Sachi's gone out shopping for daily necessities, finding myself with a little free time on my hands. I wandered up here to think things over. Mental exhaustion is a hell of a lot harder to deal with than the physical kind. Doesn't always show on the face. Sachi told me she was quite alright, and it didn't look like she was consciously telling a lie. But that just means the girl isn't fully aware of what these nightmares are doing to her. If anything, that makes the situation all the more troublesome. I need to take action quickly. Bad dreams occur more often when there's something weighing on your minds. This constant barrage suggests Sachi's deeply troubled by something on a subconscious level. To resolve this cleanly, I need to identify the specific cause of those nightmares. But given that she can't provide me with any information on their content, I don't have many clues to work off. I'm not sure where to begin.
玉の無駄にでかいあの胸には
What the hell, Machina?
何が入っている
The hell? Really pulled out of my ruminations, I turned toward the unexpected interloper. Machina standing a few feet behind me with a shit-eating smirk on her face.
どう私とお兄ちゃんのシンクロ率に驚いた
Oh my god. Yeah, synchronization rate, approximately 2%. Astounding in a way.
そんなの全然嬉しくないのよさ
Well, what are you doing up here?
ジュースを買いに来たらお兄ちゃんの姿が見えたからちょろっと吹き替えをやってみただけなのよさ
Of course, of course. That a fact.
そういうお兄ちゃんこそ何してたのもしかして習ってた最中
I'm going to guess she means navel gazing. Not really, just thinking about something.
考え事ユミちゃんのパソコンの壁紙が何の画像になってるかとか
No, Machina, there is more to life than wondering what somebody has on their PC. Definitely a point of curiosity, but no.
じゃあサッチーのこと
What makes you think that?
それは言わずもがなサチのことで頭がいっぱいだってお兄ちゃんの顔に書いてあるのよさ
After arriving at this school, I've been thoroughly reminded that a woman's intuition can't be underestimated. Since I've run into something of a dead end here, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to try relying on that natural female perceptiveness. Machina, my friend, I have a favor to ask of you as a woman.
お兄ちゃんの気持ちは嬉しいのだけれど親友のサッチンは裏切れないのよ
Sorry to ruin this spectacular fantasy, but I'm not looking for anything like that with you.
だとしたら私に独身術は
They
早すぎ
never
たよう
existed.
なのよさ
Okay, no matter how desperate I might be, turning to Machina for advice might have been a little rash. But then again, she's the same age as Sachi, and the two of them are very close. Sachi might spend more time with Michiru, but her relationship with Machina is more of a straightforward friendship. In other words, there's a decent chance the girl has the information I need. Alright, Machina, allow me to rephrase that. I have a favor to ask of you as Sachi's best friend.
おなんか急に顔がマジになってるけど何が聞きたいの
I need you to answer a serious question. Has Sachi talked to you about having nightmares recently? No, at any point since she transferred in?
悪夢
Anything come to mind? Even just dreams in general? Try to remember.
サッチンとはいろんな話をしたけれどそういえば夢の話はしたことがないのよさ
Have you ever seen her groaning or thrashing around in her sleep then?
残念ながらそういうところも見たことはないのよ
Huh. I see.
そういえば
What? You remember something?
サッチンが行方不明になって病院に入院してた時一度だけ夢を見てうなされていたことがあったのよ
Did she say anything in her sleep?
確か何度もごめんなさいって謝って最後にお父さんお母さんって
I see.
サッチンどっか悪いの
Apparently my concern is pretty transparent. Machina peers up into my face with an anxious expression. She's just been having a lot of bad dreams lately, so I wanted to gather any information I could. It's nothing you need to worry about.
だったらいいのだけれど
Nah, she's still gonna worry anyway.
もしサッチンに何かあってもお兄ちゃんなら何とかしてくれるって私は信じてるのよ
I hate it when I preemptively click when I don't want to. Yeah, leave it to me. I drop a hand on Amakina's head and ruffle her hair around a little in my usual way.
ふんじゃ私はジュースを買ってザリガニに餌をあげてくるのよさ
I keep forgetting she has that crawfish as a pet. Her expression returning to a reassured smile, Makina shows me the jumble of coins in her hand, then trots back inside the dormitory. I'm sorry and mommy, daddy, huh? I had my suspicions, but those key words make it pretty clear. The dreams have to be connected to the accident that occurred on her birthday. Sachi decisively stated that she still loves her parents, despite their cold attitude toward her near the end. I'd taken that to mean Sachi had reached some sort of personal closure over what happened, but apparently that was wishful thinking on my part. And if Sachi's memories of the past are the cause of her current suffering, JB's executive summary isn't going to be enough. I'm going to need more detailed information about what happened back then. That was loud, holy shit. Oh, it's Chizuru. Figured I could just keep saying it until you lose the energy to complain. Anyway, sounds like you were looking for me. What do you need? That's because they always are off topic. Can't help it. Grumbling pointlessly in her usual manner, Chizuru takes out a thick envelope from under her arm and offers it to me. What's this? A delivery? What, from Ichigaya? I silently accept the envelope and look for the sender's name in the corner of the label. Komine Akihiro? Komine, is this? Oh boy, what did he send him? Why would Sachi's uncle send me a package? What's in this thing? I'm nosy and curious. I want to know what's in there. A message. Oh. Sends a package to someone he's never met, and now he wants a phone call too? I don't get it. He literally disappeared. He had to disappear before her parents died. Of course he wouldn't know them. No, I never went to Sachi's house. Didn't even meet her parents, let alone her uncle. Yeah. In the first place, how does this man even know I exist? Oh wait, that's right. I do have an idea what this might be about. Yeah, Sachi just recently sent her family a letter about how things are going. Said she was mentioning me. I hope this package does not explode when he opens it. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe, but even if he knows who I am from the letter, I don't understand why he'd suddenly send a package directly to me. If Sachi told him a little more than she should have, there's always the possibility he might be looking to give me a stern parental talking to. In any case, since I'm currently in need of detailed information regarding Sachi's past, this is a convenient coincidence. Alright, yeah, I'll give him a call. From the look of this number, he's not in the Tokyo area. Back in my own room, I took over the scrap of paper Chizuru handed me, cell phone in hand. Whatever the contents of the envelope may be, it's clear that Sachi's uncle has something he wants to tell me. No reason to think too hard, I'll know once we talk. After one final attempt at persuading myself, I entered the number from Chizuru's note on my private cell phone. When the call connects, I hear the voice of a seemingly mild-mannered middle-aged man on the other end of the line. Am I speaking with Komine Akihiro-san? Yes, I apologize for not introducing myself. I appreciate your understanding.
封筒の中身はもう見てくれたかい？
No, I thought it might be best to hear what you have to say first.
確かにそうだね。じゃあ、今開けてみてもらえるかな。
Certainly. Damn. As instructed, I rip open the thick envelope Principal Tachibana handed to me on the rooftop. Inside, I find a single metal key, weathered with age. This would seem to be...
鍵が一本出てきただろう。
Yes, that's correct.
それはね、サチの実家の隣に立っている工場の鍵なんだよ。
Huh. The workshop?
それを君に託したいと思ってね。
But why? I understand what you're saying, sir, but why would you give this to me?
ああ、これはすまない。まずはそれを話すのが先だったね。
I'd appreciate some clarification, yes.
私はね、風見くん。この前届いた手紙を見て驚いたんだよ。
Shocked?
ああ。私とサチが最後に話したのは、あの子が行方不明になった事件があった後のことで。その時に、時間が取れるようだったら、夏休みに帰ってくるといいという話をして別れたんだ。だが、お盆を過ぎてもサチが帰ってくることはなく、連絡一つない。
Huh. I thought she was in frequent contact with them.
それでさすがに私も家内も心配になって電話をかけてみようかという話になったところであの手紙が届いた。そして中を見てみれば私たちが驚くようなことがたくさん書いてあった。昔のように生き生きとした文章で友達のことや学園での思い出が綴られていて、最後にはだから私は今幸せです、そう書いてあったんだよ。
You don't say.
他にも幼い頃に遊んでいた男の子と再会して彼女にしてもらったと嬉しそうに書いてあってね。その子がどんなにすごい男の子なのかが熱心に書かれていた。
Well
それ
then.
が風見くんだったんだよ。
I see, so that's how you learned about me.
ああ、おそらく君はもう気づいていると思うが、あの子は幼い頃に目の前で起こった事故が原因で他人の頼みを断れない子になってしまった。そしてまるでロボットのようになってしまったあの子は普通の学園での生活は困難と判断されて美浜学園への入学を余儀なくされたんだ。
Imagine being born and given the name Sachi's uncle. God damn it. Yes.
そんなサチがあんな手紙を送ってきたんだから本当に驚いたんだよ。そしてサチを変えてくれたのは風見くん、君なんだろ？
No, I only gave her the opportunity to realize something about herself. If the Sachi you knew has changed, Akihiro-san, it's entirely the result of her own efforts.
そうか。だったら改めてお礼を言わせてもらうよ。ありがとう、風見くん。
As I said, you really don't owe me any thanks.
若いのに謙虚だね。
You're very kind, sir.
それで私がその鍵を君に送った理由なんだが、私たちはあの子に一つだけ黙っていることがあるんだよ。
Ooh. Is that so?
ああ、あの子を襲った事故が起きたのは10歳の誕生日の日だったということは知っているかい？
Yes, she told me that much herself.
それなら話が早いんだが、私が君に送った鍵はその日サチの母親のポケットの中から見つかったものだ。
Did she have the key to their house as well?
いや、二人のポケットから見つかったのは工場の鍵だけだ。
That is weird.
そう考えると少し妙だと思わないかね。
I have to agree, yes. Typically, people keep their most frequently used keys together on a single ring. And since her parents had left the house presumably planning to bring their daughter back home, grabbing the key to their workshop doesn't really make sense.
私は事故が起こる1週間前に弟の家を訪ねていたんだが、その時もうすぐ兄さんをびっくりさせるような報告があるんだってね。
Your jaw dropped?
結局それが何なのかは聞けずじまいだったが、弟は 工場で何かをしているようだ。
Oh, he wants him to go back to the workshop and check it out. Are you saying you haven't entered the workshop yourself since the accident?
弟の葬儀やサチの母親の容体もあって、私がその鍵を使ったのは随分後になってからだった。
What was inside?
君はサチと両親の仲がうまくいっていなかったと聞いているかい？
Yes, from what she's told me, the family business was featured on television. Things became very busy and they stopped paying much attention to her.
あの時はどうしても手が足りなくて、私も何度か手伝ったことがあったくらいだったんだ。
Is that so?
弟はね、男3人兄弟の末っ子で、兄弟からも両親からも一番甘やかされて育ったんだ。だから自分にも子供ができたら、うんと甘やかしてやるんだって、そう言っていてね。実際あの子のために納期を遅らせたり、仕事をキャンセルしたりするのはしょっちゅうだった。
Sounds like quite the doting parent.
そんな弟がどんな思いでがむしゃらに頑張っていたのか、工場の扉を開けた時、それが伝わってきたよ。
Hmm. And you're saying Sachi doesn't know?
あの子は自分がいい子にしていなかったせいであの事故が起こってしまったと思い込んでいてね。事故の直後は両親の話をしただけで吐き出してしまうくらい罪の意識を感じていた。それで心療内科の先生とも相談して、実家にはなるべく近づけない方がいいということになったんだ。ただいつか真実とも向き合える日が来た時のために、工場はあの日のまま私が管理しているんだよ。そう言うと聞こえはいいが、弟はいくつかパテントも取っていて、その利益で固定資産税を払っているだけなんだけどね。
It's been sitting like that ever since the day of the accident?
ああ。でもあの手紙を書けるようになったのなら、ちゃんともうその日が近
Maybe
いん
it's
じゃ
the
ないかと
final
思って
thing
ね。
for... Huh. And therefore you sent me this key.
ああ。今のサチのことを一番理解している風見くんがその必要があると判断したなら、その鍵を使ってほしい。
Are you really comfortable leaving me something this important to my judgment?
これは既婚者の勘だが、サチは風見くんのことをとても信頼している。そのことがあの手紙からは伝わってきた。だからこそその判断ができるのは君しかいないと思ったんだよ。
I'd be rendered speechless with that one too.
風見くんも急にこんな話を聞かされて困惑しているかもしれないが、
Just a bit.
サチは私たちにとっても大切な子だ。できることならこの先の人生が幸せであってくれることを望んでいる。その思いが風見くんにとっても同じだとしたら、その鍵を受け取ってほしい。
Alright, in that case, I'll accept it.
そうか。やはり君に託すことにして正解だったな。
What makes you say that?
親の勘ってやつだ。
If you say so.
君との初めての話がお願いになってしまって心苦しいが、
I was gonna say, you guys literally just met.
今度サチが家に帰る機会があったら、その時は風見くんも一緒に来ておくれ。家内ともども歓迎するよ。
Of course, I'd be honored.
ああ。それじゃあ、ありがとう、風見くん。
Yes, and thank you, sir. As our call comes to an end, I give a pointless little bow of the head to Sachi's uncle. Can't help but offer a little respect to a man who shows such sincere trust in a youngster he's never even met. Most likely, Sachi and her parents had their signals crossed, and everything should have been cleared up that very day. I'd vaguely suspected something of this sort, but Komine Akihiro's story has left me pretty firmly convinced. From the sound of things, there's a decent chance that Workshop holds the answer that will unravel Sachi's painful misunderstanding. Assuming that these nightmares are connected to her sense of guilt about the past, I'll almost certainly need to take my chances and make use of this key. That said, it's getting her there that's gonna pose an issue. Right now, I don't think Sachi could accept what she'd find there. My dreams are always the same, but not today. Today, I dreamed of a girl in a small dim room weeping and wailing. When I squinted my eyes against the darkness, I realized that girl cowering on the floor was Sachi. Sachi, but not the Sachi I know. Her legs were locked in thick chains, binding her to a massive ball of iron. She couldn't stand, couldn't even drag herself along the rough floor. Even so, she struggled and squirmed, desperately trying to escape the heavy fetters biting into her flesh. But no matter how hard she tried, the cold iron wouldn't yield. Every twist and turn only brought more anguish. In the end, she stopped trying. Sachi was sealed in that gloomy prison with no chance of escape, and I was powerless to help her. I could only watch her, exhausted and hopeless, slowly wasting away. Oddly enough, I'm freed from that despairing nightmare by the same thing that announced its arrival. The sound of Sachi screaming. Well, I was not expecting that to be loud in my ears. Holy crap. The ear-splitting shriek jolts me awake, adrenaline coursing through my veins.
これどうしてこんなことになってるの
Twisting to my side, I immediately understand that the final scream was all too real. Sachi's clutching at her arms as if to embrace herself, her clenched teeth audibly chatter against each other. Hold on, It doesn't take long for me to realize the abnormality of the situation. Sachi admitted that she's been having nightmares lately, and I knew they were leaving her dispirited and exhausted. As of yesterday, the situation didn't seem like an outright emergency, but these symptoms are all too clearly something else entirely. She's experiencing pain and terror well beyond what a mere bad dream can offer. Sachi's eyes are wide open, tears streaming relentlessly down her cheeks, a contorted grimace frozen on her face. It's the expression of a human being forcibly shown a gruesome memory they'd like nothing more than to forget. Even as these alarming thoughts run through my head, Sachi continues to grind out apologies like a broken wind-up toy. Damn. I don't know exactly what she's seeing right now or what triggered her to suddenly enter this state. But whatever the answer to those questions may be, I can't allow this to continue even a second longer. Hey Sachi, wake up. I shout her name at point-blank range to no effect. She continues to mutter deliriously, staring right through me. Sachi, snap out of it. Sachi. Oh my god, I would hate having to deal with something like this. It's like a mental prison you do not want to find yourself in. Even when I shake her by the shoulder almost too vigorously, the light doesn't return to her clouded eyes. God damn it. What do I do? How do I make her hear my voice? Aww. In the end, only one thing comes to mind. Wrapping my arms around Sachi, I envelop her in a gentle hug. It's alright. It's alright. Keeping my voice as calm as possible, I whisper reassuring words in her ear. Just like my master used to do for me. Using the simple warmth of my body, more real than words can ever be, I speak directly to Sachi's heart. Well, I mean, it is true when you're experiencing something like heightened anxiety or even like a PTSD episode, the one thing you can do for yourself is try to like ground yourself by being able to touch and hear things that can actually keep you in that moment instead of just like what you're experiencing mentally with your flashbacks and everything, so. In time, Sachi's previously frantic breathing begins to slow, and the violent trembling of her body gradually subsides. Hey, Wildberg might in chat. Finally regaining her consciousness, Sachi looks up at me with the eyes of a disoriented child. You alright, Sachi? You were having a nightmare until just a second ago. A pretty terrible one.
それじゃあやっぱり私はまたあの夢を
That dream?
いえ、なんでもありません。
Stop downplaying and talk to him, damn it!
それよりゆうくんにお見苦しいところをお見せしてしまいました。小峰幸一生の不覚です。
When I try to prod the conversation forward, Sachi avoids the subject with a forced attempt at humor.
というわけでちょっと顔を洗いに。
She's so stubborn. Hold it, Sachi. I reach out and catch Sachi's arm as she tries to flee. What's torturing you like this?
苦しめられているなんて大げさです。またちょっと怖い夢を見ただけ
That's
です
more
か
than
ら。
slightly. You literally got up and were contorted and freaking screaming. That's more than just slightly scary. Excuse me. The girl's doing her best to put up a tough front, but she's still too visibly shaken for it to be halfway convincing. That's a lie. The way you were screaming just now, that wasn't just a bad dream.
やっぱりゆうくんに隠し事はできませんね。
Mumbling resigned words in a wry tone of voice, Sachi turns back to face me, then slowly lowers herself to a sitting position on my bed. In other words, I was on the money.
はい。私の場合は過去を追体験するフラッシュバックという症例に該当するそうです。初めてお医者さんに見てもらった時、そう言われました。
I see. This is one of those times where being right isn't particularly pleasant. I've been so damn pleased with myself for saving Sachi. Self-centered as it may be, this feels like some cosmic slap to the face. Like someone's telling me you haven't saved anyone yet. There's a sharp, bitter stab of pain somewhere deep in my chest.
すみません。私、ゆうくんに嘘をついてしまいましたね。
No, you don't need to apologize for that. I understand that she couldn't bring herself to volunteer the truth out of concern for me. To criticize her for that, you'd have to be an oblivious asshole or a genuine sadist. But I do want to know what's making you suffer like this.
それは。
Stopping in mid-sentence, Sachi lightly bites her lower lip. From the expression on her face, just thinking about it must be enough to send some painful images flashing through her head.
ゆうくんは私の誕生日に起こった事故のことを知っているんですよね。
I know what they wrote on the reports at least, not much more. From what I read, a drunk driver ran a red light on the road outside the park where the two of us used to play, hitting your parents at full speed.
はい。その結果、全身を強く打ったお父さんは即死。そしてお母さんは。
Survived but fell into a persistent vegetative state. She's still hospitalized to this day.
はい。その通りです。
I wonder if her mom ever wakes up, actually. Are you telling me you've been reliving the precise moment you witnessed that accident over and over?
そうなんだと思います。ゴムが焼ける嫌な匂いも、いつまでもアイドリングを続けるトラックのエンジン音も鮮明に感じられますから。でも私が本当に怖いのはたった一つの言葉なんです。
A word?
はい。トラックにはねられた直後、お母さんにはまだ意識がありました。そして自由に動かなくなった体を懸命に動かして顔を上げると、すっかり足がすくんでしまっていた私にお母さんはこう言ったんです。サチ、どうしてって。それは私にとってとてもショックな言葉でした。どうして今日はお家にいてくれなかったの？どうしてもっといい子でいてくれなかったの？私たちがこんな目にあったのは全部あなたのせいなのよ。
Her mind instantaneously went to it being her fault when her mom asked the question why.
そう言われているような気がして。
And she's just been internalizing it ever since then.
だから私が病院のベッドで目を覚ました後、お母さんが助かったと聞かされて、最初に怖いって思ってしまったんです。本当ならよかったってそう思うはずなのに、もしお母さんが目を覚ましたらその口から私を憎むような言葉が出るんじゃないかって、それが怖くて退院した後もずっとお見舞いにすら行けなくて。
So maybe visiting her mother is a thing that she needs for any form of closure that she can get.
お父さんやお母さんから恨まれないような子に少しでもいい子にならなくちゃってそう思って。
I don't think Sachi's ever shared these feelings with anyone else. In parallel to this cascade of raw, honest emotion, a constant stream of tears flows down her cheeks. That's enough. As words finally fail her, I embrace her trembling body. I'm sorry for making you talk about something you didn't want to remember.
いえ、私の方こそすみません。でももう少しだけこのままでいさせてください。すみません。もう大丈夫です。
A little after the sun begins to peek above the horizon, Sachi lifts her face from my chest and smiles at me. You're not lying this time, are you?
はい。ゆうくんから元気をもらいましたから。
Alright. Determining that her smile isn't artificially plastered on her face, I slowly release Sachi's body.
ゆうくんに頭を撫でてもらえると嬉しくなりますが、抱きしめられるとゆうくんのことがもっと好きになってしまうんですね。
It's so sappy! This blatant attempt at flattery isn't going to earn you any head petting.
頭を撫でてもらい損なったのは残念ですが、お世辞じゃありません。まごうことなき真実です。
That a fact?
はい。
Feeling the warmth of the person you love is a comfortable, calming thing, enough to make you want to forget all the rest. That said, I can't just let the discussion from before drop. I hesitate awkwardly, unsure how to proceed, but after a moment of silence, Sachi resolves my dilemma by speaking first.
きっとあの夢は私への罰なんです。
Punishment for what? You didn't do anything wrong! Oh my god, punishment.
はい。仕事が忙しくなってからお父さんとお母さんが私に冷たくなったことはお話ししたと思いますが、事故が起こったあの日、お父さんとお母さんはそれまでが嘘のように優しかったんです。
Affectionate, huh?
はい。あの日、私が目を覚ますといつも聞こえてきていた機械の音がしないことに気づいたんです。それが気になってリビングに顔を出すと、お父さんとお母さんが並んでテーブルに座っていました。そして今日はサチの誕生日だからみんなでお祝いしようとそう言ってくれ。私はその言葉に驚きました。どうして急に二人が優しくなったんだろう。これは夢だろう。でもすぐにそれが現実だということに気づきました。そしたら急に腹立たしくなってきたんです。
I mean, you were a child. You felt like you were being ignored. Can you really, like, sit back and punish yourself for something like that?
今までどんなに私が頑張っても振り向いてくれなかったのに、それなのに誕生日の日だけ優しくするなんて、そんなの都合が良すぎる。そう思った私はすぐに家を飛び出しました。そして私は
Thank you for the
ゆうく
hydrate
んと
high
の
tech.
待ち
Also,
合わせ
welcome
場所だ
back,
っ
I
た
think.
公園に向かい、
Probably not.
夕方になっても家に戻らない私を心配して探しに来たお父さんとお母さんは、
I see. That explains how Sachi convinced herself the accident was her fault.
だから私がどんなに後悔しても、どれだけいい子でいようとしても、あの日に事故が起こったという事実は消えません。そしてそれはどうしようもないくらいに子供だった自分のせい。あの日の事故は私が二人の言うことを聞いていれば起こることのないものだったんです。
How does she know? They could have stepped outside of their own house and without her, and it still could have happened regardless.
だからきっと
その原因を作った私のことをお父さんとお母さんは恨んでいる。そう思っている限り、私はあの日の夢を見続けるんだと思います。
And from the sound of things, she's still blaming herself even now. The tone of her voice is almost resigned, as if accepting her responsibility. But that doesn't mean she's come to terms with what happened. She simply despaired of ever finding forgiveness. The proof is written on her face. Even as Sachi speaks calmly of the past, her expression is filled with bitter regret. Alright, I understand where this is coming from. But there's still one thing I don't get. Up until just recently, I'm pretty sure you weren't having daily nightmares, let alone traumatic flashbacks. What happened? Do you have any idea why they've gotten so bad?
それは多分今の私が幸せを感じているからなんだと思います。私がフラッシュバックに悩まされていたのは事故の直後がほとんどで、いい子でいようと決めた後はフラッシュバックも悪夢を見る回数も徐々に減ってきていたんです。でもこの学園でゆうくんと再会してから、自分の間違いに気づいて大切な人と一緒にいられるという幸せな時間を実感するようになってから、またあの日の夢を見るようになった。だとしたらお父さんとお母さんが私のことを怒っているのかもし
She
れ
has a
ません。
really warped way of thinking when it comes to this situation, particularly. In other words, you're saying your parents don't want you to be happy?
もちろんこの考えは私の勝手な思い込みかもしれません。でも自分たちはこんなに苦しんでいるのに、どうしてお前だけが笑っているんだ。自分のわがままで家族の幸せを壊した張本人が幸せになっていいのか。あの日のことを忘れるな。そう言われているような気がするんです。
Alright, I understand. I committed the sin of disobedience. My selfishness led directly to that accident. Of course, my parents would resent my happiness. Her father's dead, her mother's still asleep in a hospital bed. They can neither confirm nor deny that belief, let alone offer Sachi their forgiveness. With no possibility of resolution, your sense of sin swells grotesquely inside you like an ugly black tumor. I really do understand. The circumstances were very different, but I carry similar feelings about the deaths of my own parents. Unless you know a way to turn back time, the debts you owe the dead can never truly be repaid. They can never accept your apologies or excuses. Sachi too realized that harsh truth. Desperate to escape the torture of her flashbacks, she reduced herself to a shell of a human being. Numbing her own feelings, she overwrote her identity with that of the good girl. And it worked. The nightmares left her. But thanks to my meddling, Sachi's returned to normality. Once again, she's defenseless against her dreams. It makes sense. There are two specific elements that contribute to these awful nightmares. First, Sachi never had the chance to hear her parents' explanation for their cold behavior. And second, she continues to believe, on some half-rational level, that the accident was her fault. Her guilt and fear of her parents' hatred feed off her own happiness. In other words, if she wants to stop seeing these nightmares, she has to stop being happy. Sachi seems to have half convinced herself that suffering like this is just the price she has to pay. But I'm not enough of a masochist to accept that. You'll have Caterpie in chat. I'm not about to put up with the girl I love being miserable. No, forget not miserable. If at all possible, I want her to be the happiest person in the damn world. I think that's only natural. And precisely because I carry a burden similar to hers, I might be able to teach her a thing or two. Our burdens may be similar, but we're carrying them very differently. There's no reason to let your sin chain you to the ground. There's no need to lock yourself up in a dark room forever. It doesn't do anyone any damn good. And most of all, if I'm not mistaken, Sachi has an obligation to become happier than anyone else. Sachi, are you really alright with that? Are you really satisfied with this? Tortured by nightmares, living every day in terror of your mother's words?
それは
Caught off guard by my challenge to the status quo, Sachi casts her eyes down in bewilderment. She can't find the words, but the answer is written on her face. Of course I don't want to see the nightmares, but there's nothing I can do. Personally, I don't think there's any reason you need to be tied down by the past any longer.
過去に縛られる必要がない。
That's right. Keeping that in mind, I'm going to tell you a way to get rid of those nightmares that are giving you so much trouble. What you do with that knowledge is up to you. What, you don't believe what I'm telling you?
はい。私が過去に縛られる必要がないってゆうくんが考えているだけでもびっくりなのに、悪夢の解決方法を教えるだなんて。
Guess it might be hard for you to believe, having lived with that guilt for so long. That said, I really don't think you need to drag it around anymore, and I'm not lying about knowing a way out.
じゃあ本当にそんな方法が。
Yeah, it's called facing the past and making amends with yourself and the people you thought you ended up injuring or killing. Yeah. That's right. There's only one thing for you to do about these nightmares. Kill the source. To end my persistent nightmares, I need only kill the source. 5 days after Yukon spoke those words to me, I've arrived in the town where I spent the earliest years of my life. I'm here to pay a visit to my mother, sleeping even now in the local hospital. In this, as in so many other things, I was guided by Yukon's advice. There's only one thing for you to do about these nightmares. Kill the source.
殺すこと。
That's right. Your sin won't be forgiven. It's just not possible. So if you want to free yourself from this guilt, you've got no choice but to eliminate its source.
その原因を殺すって、まさか私のお母さんを。
That's up to you. I'm telling you to kill. That's it. You've got plenty of options, and there's more than one answer here. I can't make that decision for you. You have to do this yourself. Presented with this new problem, I began with a serious consideration of the word kill. Interpreting it literally, he was telling me to deprive someone of their life, to cause death. From there, I could find only two plausible answers. The first, as had immediately occurred to me, was to kill my mother. The second was to kill myself, to end my own life. But even now, I'm not confident that I correctly identified the options of which Yukon spoke. True, killing my mother might put an end to my fear of her final question. And if I die, I'll no longer even be capable of suffering or feeling guilt. But fundamentally, I can't help feeling that the act of killing itself is a very extreme way of approaching these problems. Killing my mother would make me a criminal, and killing myself would mean leaving this world behind. In either case, of course, I could no longer be with Yukon. If these words were the answers he wanted me to find, was Yukon lying when he said that he loved me? My thoughts ran in circles. Before I knew it, 5 days had flown by, and I was no closer to an answer. In the end, Yukon was unable to hold his silence. No matter what decision you're going to make, you should see your mother first. I think you're capable of that now, Sachi. It's only been a few hours since he spoke those words.
お母さんに会う。
The moment I heard his proposal, my heart thudded heavily in my breast. Since the day of the accident, my mother has never spoken, never opened her eyes. She's been reduced to a living symbol of my indelible sin. And if my mom really does resent me, she might not even want to see my face. These very thoughts have kept me from visiting her for many years now. Not to say that the visits I paid her in those first weeks were worthy of the name. That horrible day, I've never once managed to spend any real time with her. Perhaps Uncle Akihiro understood how I felt. He didn't challenge me on the matter, or even encourage me to make the trip. We have an ad break here in about 3 minutes, chat. In that case, there was no real reason for me to visit that hospital, or so I allowed myself to believe.
でも
In truth, I've just been making selfish excuses. I was running away from my own mother. That neglect is proof enough that I never really overcame my guilt toward her. I was simply hiding from it. As long as I permit myself that cowardice, it may well be impossible to find a meaningful answer to my current dilemma. And so, I resolved to face up to what I had refused to acknowledge for so long.
でも殺すしかないっていうのは 本当にどういう意味なんだろ
Of course, speaking the question out loud doesn't get me any closer to an answer. Yukun's always 3 or 4 steps ahead of me, thinking on a far higher level. This puzzle must have meaning, and I want very badly to reach the answer he found. But even so, I must admit I find myself disturbed. Merely speaking the word kill leaves a bitter aftertaste on my tongue and a sharp ache in my stomach.
だからってこんなところで音を上げていられない。私はまだお母さんに会うことすらできていないのだから。すみません。面会をお願いしたいのですが。
はい、それではこちらにお名前とご住所をお願いします。
Oh boy, here we go. After filling out some paperwork at the nurse station, I'm provided with directions to my mother's sickbed. The procedure hasn't changed, neither has Mom's hospital room. Everything is exactly the same as it was on that day. At one point, a nurse I recognize from my time here calls out to me. Is that you, Sachan? Will you be alright alone, dear? I answer with a polite yes, I'll be fine, and proceed down the hallway without breaking my stride. Right, our ads are about to start here in like less than a minute. But when I finally arrive in front of my mother's hospital room, my breath catches in my throat. And with that as a signal, my previously functional legs abruptly turn to clumsy, leaden stumps. My head begins to throb violently. It's been many years now. Maybe it won't hurt like it did back then. I was a fool to believe such nonsense for even a moment. My body knows that something painful waits behind that door, and it's not shy about registering its objection. Mom's anguished, bloodied face flashes unbidden before my eyes. Before I know it, I become to hyperventilate. Alright. Oh my god. Everything's going alright. Alright, we have about 9 seconds. We're gonna pop on over to our BRB screen and take a quick break. Not the ending screen. BRB screen. Yeah, we're gonna take a quick 3-minute break while these ads run through, and we'll pick this back up when we're done. So yeah, enjoy some words on stream, and they'll be back in about 3 minutes once the ads are finished. Okay, we are back. Ow. Go ahead, turn autopilot off before it starts back up again. In like 20 seconds. Alright, there we go. Alright. Now for some more fruit or Grisaia. There we go. Gradually, even standing grows perilously difficult, and I find myself leaning heavily against the corridor wall.
ちょっとさっちゃん大丈
Thank you for the hydrate, high tech.
夫？はい大丈夫ですから分かったわでも無理だと思ったらすぐに人を呼んでねありがとうございます
Ugh. Apparently sensing something of the desperation I feel from the expression on my face, the nurse kindly withdraws. We have wild whooper in chat. To tell the truth, I don't even remember what I said to her just now. Just keeping myself conscious is taking every ounce of effort I can muster.
大丈夫大丈夫だから
Trying very hard to convince myself of that, I forcefully throw open the door of the room, letting the momentum carry me stumbling inside. I don't know, is it? I don't think it is. Instantly, my eyes find my mother's face peeking out from above the sterile white sheet covering her lower body. But the person sleeping in that bed is utterly unlike the mom who remains so clearly in my memories. Welcome back. Her cheeks are thin to the point of emaciation. 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 The color of her skin is as pale and waxy as that of a corpse. And yet, seeing her transform like this brings back, with astonishing clarity, the awful moment when I was first guided into the intensive care unit. The first time I saw it, what had become of her. She lay there in a nest of unfamiliar machines. A huge oxygen mask covering her mouth. Her body was pierced with IV needles. Medical tubing connected her to strange electronic equipment. And even as the machines hissed and clicked around her, my mother simply lay there, so still it seemed she'd been transformed to stone. When I saw her there, I remember feeling the same way I do now. She isn't the mom I knew anymore, and she never will be again.
ねえ、どうして私のお母さんはこんなことになってるの？
それはトラックにはねられたから。
じゃあ、どうしてお母さんはトラックにはねられたの？
それはサチがわがままを言ったせい。そう。サチが私をこんな風にしたのよ。
The words echo forcefully through my head, as though someone drilled a hole in my skull and whispered them directly into my brain. Cold sweat seeps from my forehead. My stomach begins to contract spasmodically, with an ominous creaking growl. There's a familiar sensation of warmth draining steadily from my body. It's the same chill that usually accompanies the onset of my flashbacks. Tears roll in neat lines down my face, so cold I expect them to freeze against my cheeks. I'm honestly unsure. Yuji did say that she needs to kill the source, but we all know how he is with words. I think what he's simply saying is that she needs to confront her mother and finally see her, because the first time she was taken into the ICU after the accident, she couldn't even look at her own mother. She would literally just vomit even like outside the door. It physically made her sick. So what I'm thinking is what Yuji's saying is that she needs to visit her mother and actually see for herself and quote unquote kill the source of her nightmares. It's fortunate that I didn't eat anything before this trip. Had I chosen to stop for lunch, I'd likely be vomiting it up right about now. That was the usual conclusion to my visits in the old days. I would empty my stomach, a nurse would come running up, and that would be that. But today is different. Today, no one ushered me in here. I came here of my own free will, resolved to face this. Yukun told me I should see my mother. That advice was an implicit affirmation of his trust in me. He believes I'm capable of this visit. I can't give up now. It's simply not an option. I've come this far to put an end to my nightmares. I won't allow myself to turn back. Clinging with all the stubborn determination I could muster to that simple decision, I somehow managed to hold myself together through the worst of it. And eventually, through an enormous effort of will, I'm able to shakily lower myself into the folding chair that sits at the side of the bed. How many hours have passed since I collapsed into this chair? It feels like only moments ago, but the sun's already sinking low in the sky. The unlighted room's illuminated by a warm orange glow from the window behind me. Now that I think more carefully, it must have taken nearly an entire hour to calm myself to the point where I could gaze at Mom's face like this. But it's been many hours since then, and I've gone no further. No words, no movement. I've spent the afternoon glued to this chair like a statue. I'm finally able to visit my mother. I can finally look her in the face again. There should be so many things to say, so many things to tell her, to ask her. But now that I'm actually gazing down on her lined, impassive face, the words have betrayed me. They've melted into thin air, leaving no trace by which I might find them. At long last, I'm able to speak a single word. Is it a greeting or a half-spoken question? I'm not sure myself. There is, of course, no response. Mom's in a deep coma because of the traumatic damage her brain sustained in that traffic accident. She hasn't answered a question or even spoken a word in many years now. My mother's doctor once said that the odds of her ever regaining consciousness were lower than my chances of hitting the jackpot in a national lottery. In other words, barring a miracle, she'll live out the rest of her days like this. A persistent vegetative state. This is her life now, incapable of movement, let alone feeding herself. Kept alive on the whims of others like a potted plant. This is the life I gave to my own mother. With that thought, the nausea that had subsided earlier swells up in me once more. Suffering comes to me in unpredictable waves, with all the random malevolence of a curse. Wary and numb, I observe my own pain with a curious sense of detachment, and I reach my first real conclusion of the day.
そうか。ゆうくんが言いたかったのはそういうことだったのかもしれない。
By visiting my mother for the first time in many years, by directly facing my guilt in its most raw and undiluted form, he wanted to make me realize this. That so long as I live, I'll never simply be released from this suffering. My father's dead, my mother's sleeping, and she's never going to wake up. That's reality. This status quo isn't going to abruptly change for the better. All my guilt, all my attempts at atonement, no matter how sincere, they can never overturn what's come to pass. Perhaps Yukun simply wanted me to recognize anew how truly crushing the weight of my sin really is.
あの日の事故で私も死んでしまっていたんだ。
The answer isn't so complicated after all. Mom's the fountain of this guilt, and I'm the vessel that willingly accepts it. We're mutual culprits in this nightmare, in these nightmares. As long as the two of us continue to cooperate, my suffering will go on indefinitely. In that case, Oh, shit. Oh god, why? Why are we forced to make decisions like this? Why? This is so unfair. This is so unfair. Oh my god. Is this going down the bad and good endings with this? Is this the forced trajectory with the good and bad endings, Tiarna? Please. Oh my god, I do not like- Why? Why? Can I get a trigger warning up, please? I mean, if it's making you uncomfortable, you don't have to be here. You don't need my permission either. If it's uncomfortable for you, then feel free to step away if you need to. It's not like I'm keeping you here. All right. Why do I assume that Sachi unaliving herself is the bad ending and the killing her mom is the good one? Or maybe in some way, if Sachi unalives herself, her mother somehow wakes up to find her daughter's no longer there. The possibilities are endless with this one. You know, I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and we'll go with the more darker option. Considering I'm very curious to know what happens. So yeah, we're gonna go with this one first. I don't like this at all. I do not like it at all. I swear, this decision is so much worse than the last two routes that we've done. I'm the only one to blame here. Mom and Dad didn't deliberately get hit by the truck just to make me suffer horrible nightmares and traumatic flashbacks. I came down with PTSD all on my own. My death would, I suppose, allow a clean escape from the constant torment of my own conscience.
でもゆうくんが言いたかったのはきっとそういうことじゃない。
If you don't like your nightmares, you'll just have to die. Yukon couldn't have arrived at such a blunt, ugly conclusion. No, I take that back. Yukon might well be capable of such a thought if the situation warranted it, but I'm quite certain that wasn't the case here. If Yukon had concluded that I had no choice but to die, he would have told me so outright. But instead, the advice he gave me was deliberately vague, a hint rather than an order. Yukon wanted me to retrace his reasoning to find my own path to his conclusion. Given that, the answer he wants me to find can't possibly be a simplistic brute force solution that might pop into my head right away.
そう
Okay, so they labeled it in a way to make it seem like you were making a horrible decision, and it's forcing her to sit back and actually deliberate on what Yuji told her? Huh. I wasn't entirely wrong. I need to kill myself. To destroy my own weakness, this frailty of spirit that I've allowed to define who I am. Mom's done nothing wrong, not in asking that final question, not in continuing to sleep in her hospital bed. And rationally speaking, the accident that occurred that day was the product of many overlapping coincidences, easier to blame on the negligence of that drunk driver than anyone else. There's no real reason for me to feel such extreme guilt and self-loathing. I think Yukon wanted to say something along those lines. So long as I continue to cower in fear of the past, believing that accident was all my fault, this suffering will continue indefinitely. Instead, I should accept the sin I bear, shoulder only the guilt I deserve to carry, and strive to move forward. I believe that's the answer he was hoping I might find.
でもそれは難しいよゆうくん。
Truly accepting something is different from merely resigning yourself to it. I can't simply erase my regrets. Even now, the words, "if only I'd listened to my parents on that day," are running through my mind. In the short term, I think it's unlikely that I'll be able to just move on and embrace a positive mindset. But even so, Yukon said that he believed in me. I won't make him regret that trust. It may be a long, hard road, but somehow I will overcome these nightmares. As a child, that proved impossible, but today, I have Yukon. Not to mention Michiru-sama, Maki-chan, Amane-san, and Sakaki-san. They'll all stay by my side no matter how long it takes. Therefore, I know I can be strong. Therefore,
その時までもう少しだけ待っててねお母さん。
with those final words to my sleeping mother, I leave her hospital room with steady strides. Almost 6:30, huh? It's been over 5 hours since Sachi told me, well then, I'll be on my way, and left the dorm. There's been no contact from her or the hospital since then, so I think it's safe to say she successfully managed to visit her mother. Right about now, odds are she's sitting next to her mother's sickbed or perhaps already making her way back to the dorm. In the end, sitting and waiting finally grew too frustrating to endure, so I came all the way out here to meet her. You're a rock rough in chat. It's not that I don't trust Sachi, I just want to be there to reassure her as soon as I possibly can. To reward her bravery in facing up to everything she's avoided for so long, to hear the answer she found, pet her head, and tell her, well done. Then again, I don't know what conclusion Sachi's going to reach after seeing her mother for the first time in years. I gave the poor girl a pretty nasty excuse for a hint, if I do say so myself. But simply explaining my reasoning and dropping the answer into Sachi's lap wouldn't have changed anything. Before she can accept the truth, she needs to fight through her own hardened preconceptions. That won't come without a struggle. It can't. The guilt she carries is too heavy and unwieldy a burden to shed that easily. There are two sources of Sachi's ongoing suffering. First, her bedridden mother, whose unfinished final question perpetuates Sachi's fear of her parents' hatred. Second, Sachi's own guilt-ridden heart, still branded with an irrational conviction. That accident was all my fault. Unless those two issues are resolved, I don't think Sachi will ever be free of her nightmares, and I think she knows it. In other words, I've deliberately forced her to contemplate a stark choice between killing her mother or herself. Neither being the correct answer. Sachi needs to kill something else entirely, something she can only understand when she's rejected the easy alternatives. As she is today, Sachi can find her way to the truth. Genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe that. Hmm? I ended up swallowing a piece of my freaking peppermint and now it feels like it's stuck in my throat. When I finally return my attention to the world around me, I spot the girl in question just on the other side of the intersection. But from this distance, this position, I can't tell what answer she's found. She walks along the road, gazing far off into the sky. Is that an expression of confidence on her face or a mask of uncertainty? Somehow, it seems like both and neither.
ゆうくん
Alright, Tiara. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Yes, the peppermint betrayed Mandels. And the instant Sachi notices me, she begins to run toward me. Wait, Sachi. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Truck-kun, why? The truck barrels past the green light and into the intersection, tires squealing harshly against the pavement as the driver slams on the brakes. A fraction of a second later, there's the dull thump of impacts. Struck by a vehicle easily over a ton in mass, Sachi's flung through the air. Too fast, too far. When she lands hard. Come on, man! Come on! Sachi lies crumpled limply on the asphalt, small gasping groans leaking from her mouth in a slowly expanding puddle of blood. What the hell just... This can't be real. Is this my punishment, then? My own sins, red painted over red in layer after thick layer, until the stain was jet black, indelible. Still unable to even begin atoning, I tried to take on another's burden, and now I've received my rebuke. Another person who trusted me, who offered me warmth, gone. Another I've brought to misfortune. Kazuki, Asako, and now Sachi. All the women I give my heart to die. Will it always end this way? Am I cursed? No, this isn't over yet. Oh my god. Sachi! Pulling myself together through a violent effort of will, I dash out into the road. In an instant, I'm at Sachi's side. Hey Sachi, talk to me. Oh my... This is heart-wrenching. Holy shit, dude. When I shout her name, her eyes ease slowly open. God damn it. This is horrible. I hate it. And she repeats the same thing her mother said as she... Oh my god. Now only now do I finally understand. Sachi must have felt exactly as I do in this moment. As if my heart's been gouged out of my chest, still beating. I'll carry this with me from now on, for every moment of my life, waking or asleep. The not knowing, never to hear what answer she found, never to know what she's thinking in this moment. The guilt. The irresolvable, eternal guilt. Fine, I won't hide from my punishment. If Sachi failed to atone for her sin, I'll accept her share of suffering with the rest. I mean, yeah, that is true. But still! Okay, so that was the bad ending, clearly. I thought it would have ended the good way, but here we are.
続きからなのよさ
Okay. We're going for the good ending, hopefully.
母さんを殺すしかないのかな。
Mom's the source of my suffering. After leaving me that terrifying final question, she spent years in constant sleep, little more than a living reminder of that tragedy. At the very least, her death would put an end to the pain even now racking my body, an end to my fear of her words. And if I want to be liberated from my nightmares, this may be the only means remaining to me. I'm a weak person. I doubt there's a more selfish coward anywhere on the face of the earth. In order to protect myself from my unendurable guilt, I lied to myself for many years. I made the world simple and tried to erase who I was. But I can't tell myself that lie anymore. I can't betray Yukun, who went so very far to make me realize my mistake. In that case, I've got no choice but to find a new way to run from the past. Namely, killing my mother. Maybe Mom's suffering in her own right, being kept alive in such a miserable state. Maybe she'd be happier going up to heaven where Dad's waiting for her, where she'll never have to see my face again. As soon as the idea crosses my mind, nauseatingly convenient excuses pop up one after the other. I'm a terrible daughter. Even after all the suffering my selfishness caused my parents, all I'm thinking about is how to make life easier for myself. Is there even blood running through my veins? Perhaps it would actually be for the best if I was branded a criminal and sent off to jail. Yes, a real prison, where I could spend my entire life atoning for my crimes. Whatever people may say, I'm afraid Mihama Academy is hardly suitable for the purpose.
だって
The days I spent there were very special to me. Michiru-sama, Maki-chan, Amane-san, Sakaki-san, and Principal Tachibana. Everyone I met there was a truly kind-hearted person. And above all else, it was the place where I reunited with Yukun. The place where he made me his girlfriend, where he told me that he loved me. It was all far more than I deserved. This will put an end to all that, to my unfair, unwarranted happiness. Therefore,
ごめんなさい。お母さん。
with the same words I always cry when escaping from my nightmares, I reach out and put my hands on my mother's neck. God damn, she could have just put a pillow over her head and just... Thank you for the hydrate.
ねえ、サチ、今日は何が食べたい？
Like, I know the whole, like, Sachi killing herself thing. I was not expecting, you know... I was more or less expecting, like, figuratively, not literally. But she literally didn't do it, but instead faced some sort of karma by getting hit by a truck the same way her parents did. Was not expecting that.
サチったらまたそんなわがままを言って。すごいじゃないサチ。テストで100点を取ってくるなんて。お母さん鼻が高いわ。
Oh my god, if it was the same driver... God damn it, Ori. I didn't even consider that.
そんなのできるわけないよ。だって私はお母さんが大好きだった。優しくて温かくて笑顔が素敵なお母さんが好きだった。いつも笑顔にあふれていて笑い声が絶えないあの家が大好きだった。だからどんなにお父さんとお母さんが私のことを嫌いになっても、どんなに私のことを恨んでいるとしても、私はお父さんとお母さんのことを恨めない。嫌いになんかなれない。だからこの手でお母さんを殺すなんてこと絶対にできない。できないよ。
As I speak, Mom's face flashes before my eyes again and again. Her slightly embarrassed smile when someone said dinner was delicious. That proud grin when I told her about winning an art contest at school. The excited, happy expression she always had when talking about work with Dad. And many more, far too many to count. All as clear as day. The faces of the person I love more than anyone else in the world.
どうして
And oddly enough, the next word to leave my mouth is the same one that's been tormenting me all this time.
ねえ、どうして
Once the floodgates open, the words don't stop, one after the other. The feelings I've kept locked inside flow uncontrollably out of my mouth.
どうして急に冷たくなったの？どうして仕事ばかりするようになっちゃったの？どうしてお前のことが嫌いだってはっきり言ってくれなかったの？そう言ってくれれば私にも何かできたかもしれないのに。それなのにどうしてあの日だけは私に優しくしてくれたの？あの日もいつもと同じだったらあんな事故が起こることもなかった。そうでしょ？それなのにどうしてあの日だけなの？ お母さん。ねえ、お母さん。
I call out to my mother again and again, but no response is forthcoming. Her sleep is undisturbed. That's the nature of a persistent vegetative state. This is reality. I'll never hear her answer. Your internet cut out. Oh god. I suppose I'm going to have to accept it, and find a way to carry on. If I can't run away, I have to move forward.
怖い。今日見る夢ではどうしての次があるんじゃないか。その次に続く言葉は私を責める言葉なんじゃないかって。
Yeah, it really is.
だからその悪夢を終わらせるつもりでここへ来たはずなのに、結局何もできなかった。私には殺すことなんてできない。事故があった後は全然お母さんに会っていなかったのに。
I feel like the last two routes were just as bad, if not worse. Like with Amane's route specifically, with everything that happened during the time of her like dark past. Yeah, towards the end of it, one of the students' fathers was actually stalking her and heard of her whereabouts and followed them up on the very like mountain area where the accident happened. With both the good and bad ending, the bad ending, the way it ended was both Amane and Yuji ended up dying. But with the good ending, Yuji ends up getting injured, but still manages to live, and they live out the rest of their days together until Yuji gets cancer as he's much older and dies, forcing Amane to live the rest of her days. And dies in the middle of a conversation with her granddaughter.
夢に出てくるお母さんはとても怖い顔をしていたはずなのに。
As far as Makinas goes, good ending, Yuji gets injured, but manages to make it to the station where they said they would meet. Bad ending, he makes it to the station but dies. Makina carries around his body in a bag. And lo and behold, she ends up pregnant all in the same turn in the bad ending. And towards the end of it, she is literally holding onto her pregnant belly while staring at Yuji's body and talking to him. Yeah. It's dark.
こうしてお母さんを目の前にしたら笑っているお母さんの顔が浮かんでくるの。いっぱい幸せで、私が大好きだったお母さんの笑顔ばかりなんだもん。そんなお母さん
There's actually more layers to it, but this is more in terms of like TOS friendly to stream on Twitch. Yeah, there's a bit more to it that's like missing, especially with content, like certain context and everything
だから
that aren't streamable for obvious reasons.
ごめんなさい、ゆうくん。
We have well Durant in chat. For what? Oh, he was there. You've got nothing to apologize for, Sachi. You did fine. As Sachi kneels on the linoleum floor, I move quietly to stand at her side.
ゆうくん。
I don't know much about your parents, but I think I have a pretty good idea of just how much you cared about them. When we talked in the park back then, you were always telling me stories about your mom and dad. Even after we reunited in Mihama, you brought up your parents many times. More than you realize, I think. You love them very much, and you still do. That much was obvious. And that's the exact reason why you've been so afraid, why you've suffered so much. That's exactly why you've never been able to shake your guilt over causing that accident. It's the same with the final words your mother left you. You're tortured most of all by the thought that she might have hated you, that your parents might have resented you for what happened to them. So in the end, what you really want is to know your parents' feelings. Am I wrong?
そうなのかもしれません。
In that case, why not find out? Find out exactly what your beloved parents really thought of you, with your own eyes.
そんなのできるはずありま
He's
せん。
got the key!
だってお父さんはもうこの世にいない。それにお母さんだってこうして眠ったままなんです。だからどんなに叫んでも私の声はもう二人には届かない。そんな状態で気持ちを確かめる方法なんて。
What if I told you it's possible?
いくらゆうくんでもそんなことできるわけが。
Have I ever lied to you before, Sachi?
それは。
Here's the thing, I don't know what you're going to find. For all I know, you might end up learning something you'll wish you hadn't. You might end up going through life bearing an even heavier burden than before. Are you prepared to take that risk and learn the truth? I just looked up Yuji's wiki page and one of his skills and abilities is immense sexual stamina. Yeah, about that.
私
I mean, considering on Amane's route, it was described that they stayed inside his room all day and went at it like 15 to 20 times in one singular day. So, you know. Yeah, about that stamina there. Sachi squeezes her eyelids shut, breaking off in mid-sentence. For a long moment, she contemplates the question. And when they snap open again, the anxiety and uncertainty in her eyes has been replaced with firm determination.
お父さんとお母さんの気持ちが知りたいです。こうして今のお母さんに会うことでその覚悟ができました。だからその結果がどうであっても全てを受け入れるつもりです。
I see. I could never manage to do the same myself. You really are a hell of a lot tougher than you look, Sachi. Take my hand. I'll show you what you really need to kill.
本当に殺して欲しかったもの。
That's right. And no matter what answer you find in the place we're going next, I'll be your ally. In his youth, at the beginning of his relationship with Asako, Yuji had sex with her until she... what? But Asako was much older than him and took him in and took care of him like he was her own. That's gotta be a fucking troll, like, wiki or some shit. I don't know. That's awkward as fuck, dude. You said you believe in me? Well, the feeling's mutual. I know you can do this, and if you find an answer that's too painful for one person to bear, I'll share the burden with you. I'll be there. That's not changing, no matter what.
ゆうくん
Alright, I'm done. Want to go destroy the culprit behind your nightmares? Leaving the hospital behind, I set off toward the residential district, Sachi at my side.
ゆうくんはどこに向かっているのでしょうか。
That's a surprise. You'll find out when we get there.
そうですか。
I intentionally give Sachi a pretty pompous non-answer, but she doesn't take the bait. She's probably too concerned with the whereabouts of the truth I promised her to play along like she usually would. In an attempt to slightly ease Sachi's anxiety, I reach out and take her hand in mine.
ゆうくん
This help a little?
はい。ありがとうございます。
I can help Sachi see her mistakes. I can offer her reassurance and affection. But if she's going to be saved outright, that's not enough. Her parents need to step in. As for how they really felt about her, even Sachi, who spent many years with them, doesn't know, so maybe this is a little presumptuous of me. But personally, I don't think any parents loved this much by their daughter could possibly hate her in return.
ゆうくんが向かっていたのはやっぱり私の家だったんですね。
As I come to a halt before the small house, Sachi finally allows herself to state the obvious. To be more exact, we're heading to the workshop next door.
工場ですか。あそこには金型を作る機械が置かれているだけなはずですけど。
That a fact? All I've heard from Sachi's uncle is that her parents seem to be up to something in the workshop a little before her birthday. But hidden in those words lies the answer Sachi's seeking. I'm pretty firmly convinced of that.
そうだったのかって。それじゃあどうして工場なんかに。
Sachi? Her mother's final question, why? Now that the woman's in a coma, we'll probably never know for sure how she intended to finish that sentence. Nothing was mentioned from that in the anime though, that's the thing. But if a parent who'd been planning something for her daughter's birthday wanted to save one thing at the end, I think it might have been something like this.
サチ、どうしてもサチに見てもらいたいものがあったの。
Why the long face? We've got a surprise for you. The answer you've been seeking should be waiting in here.
私の求めた答え。
If you're ready to face it, open this door. With those words, I take the aged metal key out of my pocket and unlock the workshop. It's your decision whether to take that step. You can lock this door and walk away. And no matter what you choose, my feelings aren't going to change.
ゆうくん。
So don't worry about me or anyone else. One way or another, you need to put an end to this with your own two hands.
はい。
Here's the thing about that though, Ore. Asako was much older than Yuji. She literally took him under his wing when he was not even a teenager yet. It would make absolutely no sense for something like that to happen, considering he was more of a mother figure slash like teacher to him. So I don't know who the fuck wrote that, but they're clearly high on something. Nodding with a serious expression on her face, Sachi slowly closes her eyes. There's probably a whole torrent of conflicted feelings swirling around in her head right now. Terror that she'll discover proof her parents resented her. Hope that she'll learn the opposite was true. I can almost see the tug-of-war between those powerful emotions shaking this small girl's heart. Even so, Sachi's capable of accepting the truth now, whatever it may be. I absolutely believe that.
決めました。私はこの扉を開きます。
With that declaration, Sachi opens her eyes and stares firmly at the entrance to the workshop. You sure about that?
はい。おかしいですよね。そう決めたはずなのに、体の震えが止まらないんです。
Sachi?
でも、逃げるつもりはありません。だから、ほんの少しだけ、私
Thank you
に
for the
力
hydrate.
を貸してください。
Yeah. As Sachi's hand trembles against the cold iron, I reach out and overlap it with mine. We take 2 long, simultaneous breaths and push open the heavy door.
何これ。
Her voice full of surprise, Sachi slowly advances inside. With every step, her eyes grow wider, full of confusion at the scene before her eyes.
あれだけあった機械が全部なくなってる。それにこれは。
The workshop's not entirely empty. One wall is covered with dusty party decorations. A carefully arranged flock of photographs and certificates crowd the space, contrasting strongly with the dull gray wall behind.
誕生日おめでとう。サチ。
Most eye-catching of all is the large hand-lettered banner above. Sachi slowly reads the words aloud. September 23rd. Today's your birthday, right? From what I hear, you haven't been to this place even once since the day of that accident.
どうしてユウくんがそのことを。
Truth is, after you wrote that letter mentioning me, I had the chance to talk with your uncle over the phone. I asked about your parents' disinterest, and he told me about this place. He didn't know the details, but it seemed as though your parents had been up to something here in the weeks before your birthday. He also told me that you had no idea about any of this.
それでユウくんは私をここに。
To be honest, I was tempted to drag you over right away, but I knew that wasn't going to cut it. As long as you kept hiding from your mother, the person you transformed into a symbol of your guilt, you couldn't possibly face up to the past in any meaningful way. Unless you were prepared to accept anything, you'd be able to interpret whatever we found here as part of your warped narrative.
だから一度お母さんに会うべきだってそう言ってくれたんですね。
Yeah. You needed to be a blank slate, so to speak. Given a piece of paper filled to the margins with thick black letters you have to erase before you can write something new.
そんなことまで考えていたなんて。
You really are amazing, Yukun? Your parents are the amazing ones here. As I speak, I run my eyes carefully along the painstakingly decorated wall. Getting all those machines removed without you realizing would have been hard enough. And these decorations are all handmade. It must have taken them days. They must have wanted very badly to surprise you, to make you happy.
そうなんでしょうか。
I didn't want you to kill your mother, not the woman sleeping in that hospital bed at least. That accident was too much for a child to process, too terrifying, too painful. Thanks to that overwhelming tragedy, you were imprinted with a hollow false image. An image of two people who resented you and wanted you to suffer. A hateful illusion you mistook for your parents. That's what you needed to kill. In this place, time stopped on that day. Here's the reality. Your real mom and dad's feelings, preserved in amber.
お父さんとお母さんの思い。
Repeating my words absent-mindedly, Sachi gently reaches out to touch the decorations on the wall.
サチが初めてテストで100点を取った。算数が得意なところは私に似たのかもしれない。
父の日のプレゼントにサチが私の絵を描いてくれた。嬉しくて涙が出た。
God damn it, this is making me all sad and shit now.
サチはキャッチボールが好きらしい。将来はソフトボールの選手になるかもしれないなんてお父さんと語り合った。
運動会の父兄参加二人三脚で私がサチの足を引っ張ってしまった。明日からジョギングを始めようか。
私に習ってサチが初めて作った卵焼き。塩を入れすぎて塩辛かったはずなのにお父さんは嬉しそうに食べていた。
サチが苦手だった国語で100点を取ったテストが見つかった。ちゃんと褒めてあげられればよかった。
Along with a series of photographs chronicling the first decade of Sachi's life, the wall's packed with tests, paintings, and prize certificates. And on every single one, there's a note from her parents spelling out their feelings. They're the simple, earnest sentences of two people watching over their growing child with unabashed pride and affection. It's nothing less than a crystallization of pure parental love.
ずっと昔に描いた絵もお父さんとお母さんには見せずにいたテストももしかして全部取っておいてくれたの。仕事が忙しいからって相手にしてくれないこともあったのにこんなにたくさんの写真も全部それにあれだけたくさんあったはずの機械だって。
Meanwhile, Venomoth in chat. After all this time, her parents' feelings are finally laid bare. After all those years believing my mom and dad hated me. What Sachi's found here is completely incompatible with that long-standing delusion. She's so bewildered you can practically see the question marks floating over her head. Dropping her eyes from the wall of memory, Sachi finally notices a small wooden object sitting on a table on the far side of the room.
これってお父さんとお母さんが大事にしていたオルゴール。それにこの手紙は。
Curious? Might as well read it. The envelope, discolored by its long exposure to the sun, still bears the faint letters to Sachi. Seems they left her an answer after all. Sachi carefully opens the envelope, takes out the letter she finds inside, and begins to read it out loud.
サチへまずは10歳の誕生日おめでとう。本当はこの言葉も 直接伝えた方がいいと思うんだけど、最近サチとはうまく話せていなかったから手紙を書くことにしました。こ
Just
の
just
手
a
紙
little.
に私とお父さんが伝えたいことを一生懸命書いたので、
最後まで読んでくれると嬉しいです。それで私たちがまず初めに言わせてほしかったこと、それはたくさんのごめんなさいです。お仕事が忙しくなって一緒に遊んであげられる時間がなくなってしまったこと、サチの頑張りをそばで見ていてあげることができなかったこと、一人でご飯を食べてもらうことが多くなってしまったこと、そのことを謝らせてください。本当にごめんなさい、サチ。でも決してサチのことが嫌いになったわけじゃない。そのことだけは分かってほしいの。私たちがもっとお仕事を頑張ればサチを幸せにしてあげられる、そう思ったんです。だからお仕事が忙しくなってお金が手元に残るようになった時、私とお父さんは喜びました。これでサチにたくさんおいしいものを食べさせてあげられる、もっとお洋服も買ってあげられるって。でもサチが教えてくれたこと、一人でステーキを食べるより機械の音が聞こえないお家でみんな一緒にカレーが食べたい、その言葉で私たちの考えが間違っていたことに気づかされました。私たちに必要だったのはお金じゃなかったんだって。だから私とお父さんは話し合って一緒にお仕事を変えることにしました。大好きなサチともっとたくさんの時間を過ごせるように、あの家でみんながまた笑って過ごせるように。
God damn it.
それを次のサチの誕生日プレゼントにしよう、そう思ったの。
So they just removed the machines so they could place them back in the correct direction.
でも
God damn it, high tech.
私たちが好きだったこの工場がずっとサチに嫌われたままなのは悲しい。そう思ってこの工場をサチが好きになってくれるような場所にしよう、そう考えました。その答えがこの
アルバムです。機械のなくなったこの工場はこれから幸せになっていく私たち家族の思い出を飾る記録室。
Whoops.
世界中どこを探してもここにしかないたった一つのアルバムです。だからこれからここにたくさんの思い出
Oh,
を
we
増
already
や
went
し
through
て
the
いき
bad
ま
ending.
し
We're
ょ
on
う。
the good ending now.
それこそこの工場の中に収まらないくらいたく
Bad
さん
ending didn't take too long, so.
たくさん。それでサチが笑顔になってくれれば私たちはとても嬉しいです。サチが楽しそうに笑ってくれていること、それが私たちにとって一番の幸せなんだもの。そのことがこの手紙で少しでも伝わってくれると嬉しいです。
We have ad break here in about 3 minutes.
それからこのオルゴールも私たちからのプレゼントとしてサチに送ります。
This is her mom's. This is the actual like good ending. She didn't kill her mom. There was no killing involved. It was just figurative, not literally.
サチも今日で10歳だからそろそろ好きな人ができてもおかしくない。私の勘だと公園で一緒に遊んでくれているっていうゆうくんが第一候補かなと思っているんだけど違ったかしら。でもその子に限らずサチにとって 本当に大切な人ができた時、その人とこのオルゴールを聴いてください。そうすればサチが素敵だと言ってくれたメロディーが幸せを運んできてくれるかもしれません。そしてその人とたくさんの恋愛をして結婚をしたら、私とお父さんに負けないくらい幸せな家庭を作ってください。
Thank you for the hydrate.
なんて、それはちょっと気が早すぎたかもしれないけれど、サチの未来が幸せであるように、ずっと笑っていられるように、それがサチに幸せという名前をつけた私たちの願いです。少し長くなってしまったけれど、私たちがサチに伝えたかったことはこれで全部です。そして最後にもう一つだけ、愛してるはまだ難しいかもしれないから、この言葉で私たちの子供に生まれてきてくれて
God damn it.
ありがとう。
We have about 35 seconds left before ad break starts.
私の方こそありがとう。お母さん、お父さん。
Sachi has the answer she's been yearning to find since her childhood. I stand quietly at her side as the tears flow in streams down her cheeks. I can't say for sure how it felt to read that letter. That's something only Sachi herself will ever know. But there is one thing that I can say with some confidence. She won't be suffering from those nightmares again. Because right now, the words spilling from her mouth aren't "I'm sorry," but "thank you." Alright, we're gonna pop on over to our BRB screen for our last ad break of the evening. We'll be back once the 3 minutes are up, and we'll hopefully be at the end of this. Hopefully. I'm gonna go over just a little bit of time than usual, but yeah, I'll be back once the ads are done. Alright, we are back. Sorry about that. Oh my goodness. Snowman. Thank you for the hydrate. Wait, did I have a Munchlax? Okay, I do. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and close out of this now. Hop back on over. We're gonna go for about 5 or 10 more minutes. Yeah, I'll go about 5 or 10 more minutes. I was just told that somebody's not feeling that great right now, so we're just gonna do whatever day for dinner. So, something simple. Want to melt into something for like 10 years? Oh my god. Because right now the words spilling from my mouth aren't I'm sorry, but thank you. And while I might just be a completely deluded narcissistic moron, I'm pretty sure I also know what the next words out of her mouth are going to be.
私たった今ゆうくんにお願いができました。
Oh, and what would that be?
私 私はその間に一塁へ走ってセーフだったんだけど、みちる様もマキちゃんもすごいよね。
The hospital room is filled with the warm glow of afternoon sunlight. As a gentle breeze blows in through the open window, Sachi chatters on, recounting the recent happenings at Mihama Academy. Unlike before, there's no trace of melancholy in her expression. Of course, that doesn't mean her mother's offering any reply. Even so, her sleeping face looks strangely peaceful. Somehow, it makes me think of a parent affectionately half listening to her daughter's stories while doing housework.
小峰さん、失礼しますね。あら、さっちゃん、今日も来てくれてたのね。
The one-sided conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a familiar nurse, who immediately greets the two of us.
はい、これから検温の時間ですか？
その通りなんだけど、すぐに終わるから、そのままで大丈夫よ。
あ、いえ、ちょうどキリが良かったですから、私たちはここで。
そう？それならいいんだけど。
はい。
Still smiling, Sachi slowly rises from her seat. I follow suit, pushing myself up off my undersized folding chair.
また来るね、お母さん。
As she speaks, Sachi gently squeezes her mother's hand.
それではすみませんが、母のことよろしくお願いします。
ええ、さっちゃんも勉強頑張ってね。
Shut up, high tech.
はい、ありがとうござい
No!
ます。
We're seeing this through, damn it! We're almost done. That way, next stream we can pick up right where we need to leave off for our next route to start. After exchanging polite little nods with the nurse, we quietly leave the hospital room. You really alright with that?
何がですか？
Wrapping up the visit so quickly.
はい、今日はこれでおしまいです。
Sachi seems to have grasped what I'm getting at, but her reply is strangely casual in tone. Didn't you have more you wanted to talk about?
それはもちろんです。
Why didn't you stay a little longer like the nurse suggested?
あんまり長話をしてお母さんを困らせたくないですから。
What?
私がお母さんに話さなければいけないことはたくさんあります。今までお見舞いに来られなかった間に私が経験したこと、美浜学園でのことや
Thank you for the
ゆうくんとの
hydrate.
こと、それを一度にたくさん聞かされるのはお母さんも大変だと思うんです。
I mean, she's not wrong. She's not wrong at all. Guess you've got a point.
だからたくさん病院に通って少しずつお話ししていきたいんです。
Oh no, I didn't. I have not missed any of your hydrates. There's no guilt or bitterness in Sachi's eyes as she speaks those words. They're the shining eyes of a child talking about a beloved parent. I see. Fine, you've convinced me.
ありがとうございます。それより、ゆうくんの方こそ私との約束を忘れていませんよね。
Oh, now that you mention it. Something about reverting to childhood and spending the whole day playing in the park, wasn't it?
はい。見てください、ゆうくん。誰もいません。私たちの貸し切りです。
Oh, okay. God damn it. I don't pick up on stuff on subtleties like that, okay? I'm sorry. Moment she realizes the playground's empty, Sachi takes off at a gallop, practically floating off the ground with excitement. Today, the two of us are playing in the park where we first met until Sachi's thoroughly satisfied. This is what she chose for her belated birthday present.
ブランコに鉄棒、シーソーにジャングルジム。これは今から日付が変わるまでの時間をフルに使ってもこの公園を満喫しきれないかもしれません。
How are you keeping a straight face right
も
now?
ちろん真面目な話をしています。
As my birthday present to you, I'll accept any one request unconditionally, no matter how spoiled or selfish it may be. From the moment I made my offer, Sachi's been eagerly anticipating this day. I knew the girl never really lost her fundamental love for playing around outside, but it seems all those years of self-denial may have amplified her enthusiasm. You seriously want to go straight through midnight? In some ways, that might be harder than your average ranger training course.
ゆうくんはどんなわがままでも聞いてくれると言っていましたよね。
Yeah, that's what I said, but can we try to be a little realistic? Human beings do have their limits.
それならその限界までで構いません。さあ、まずはブランコから始めましょう。
Even as she speaks, Sachi's yanking impatiently on my arm. You're not listening to a word I say, are you? I may be grumbling, but for some mysterious reason, there's a smile on my face. This is how it's been lately. We eat our meals together, we talk about nothing in particular, and end up laughing. Every once in a while, she pulls me around like this. Hackneyed stuff. The sort of thing I used to read about in cheap love stories. Maybe the happiness I wanted to help Sachi find was something as simple as that. Go well, Tyrant and chat. Even after visiting that workshop, neither Sachi nor I believe that we've come to understand everything her mother and father were thinking. The feelings of two parents cut down by an accident in the middle of searching for their distraught child. It's probably something you can't fully understand until you have a family and children of your own. But there's one thing that's clear. The two of them wanted her to find happiness even greater than their own. In a way, that bittersweet knowledge will be Sachi's punishment from now on. Family, huh? At the rate this relationship is going, the two of us might end up married. Maybe even have children of our own at some point. Kind of bizarre in a way. I wouldn't have been capable of imagining such a future just a few short months ago, but right now it seems completely natural. Even obvious. Wow. Wild Mandals in stream. God damn it. And if Sachi feels the same way, I don't think anything could make me happier. Hey Sachi, I've got a suggestion to make, if you're willing to listen.
やっぱり公園で遊ぶのを中止するという相談なら受け付けませんよ。
Yeah, that's not it. What do you think about getting married after we graduate from Mihama?
結婚ですか?
Yeah, even if I end up quitting my current job somewhere down the line, I'm confident I'll be able to feed the two of us. And I want you with me for the rest of my life, Sachi.
ということは私、今プロポーズをされているんですよね。
I guess so. Like, I was just like, okay, I guess so.
確かに結婚すれば美浜学園を卒業してもゆうくんと一緒にいられますし、それはとても魅力的な提案です。
Nodding to herself, Sachi slowly closes her eyes. Guess it's decided then.
いえ、お断りします。
Oh, they're gonna play the shoe game, aren't they? Say what? Thrown off balance by this 180-degree reversal from her initial reaction, I do a bit of a double take.
だって私より靴を飛ばせるようになったところを
Yep, I was waiting for. Oh my god, is it gonna end the way I want it to? The mid-afternoon sun, blazing down as if to insist summer's not over yet, is thoroughly outshone by a single dazzling smile. That smile belongs to a girl named Komine Sachi. The only child of two people who treasured her above all else. The daughter of two parents who exchanged their ambitions for one simple wish. And today, I'm sure the two of them know that wish has been wholeheartedly inherited. Because the woman I love has found a smile so befitting of the name her parents gave her. God damn it! Oh, it ended in the best way possible. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and leave it here for today, because we have another route to pick up next week. Oh my god. Freaking crazy.
もうやめちゃうの？お疲れなのよさ。
Oh my god. That ending though. I enjoyed the hell out of that route. As tragic as it was a nice route to go down. But yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up here for the day and pick this back up again next week. We're gonna go ahead and go to our ending screen and see what we can raid you guys out to, because it's almost 6:30. I'm hungry. I need to eat before D&D if it's happening tonight, so yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Who do we have on right now? LMG. Temper Turtles still do the Civathon. Peggy's streaming. Very drenched. We'll see how that ends. Holiday, awesome politics. Everybody's drenched on it. We'll do it later. I don't think so. You know what? Let's go say hello to LMG. I don't get a chance to read out to her very often. So let's go say hello to Lesbian next door. She's another good member of Everbrick Global Gaming. Amazing person to hang around. Yeah, let's go ahead and say hello to LMD today. But yes, if you like to... Yes, I know. I have to take my Adderall. But yes, if you'd like to follow me off of Twitch, I do have my YouTube channel that's up and running, my TikTok, and my Twitter as well if you want to follow the links through Beacon. If you'd like to join the Discord, feel free to do so. You have to be 18 plus to join. This is an 18 plus community. If you're under the age of 18, what are you doing? Yes, let's go say hello to LND. Let's get these raid messages going. If you're subscribed, use the first raid message. If you aren't, please use the second one. Like I said, we're gonna say hello to LND tonight. Currently playing some Wildflowers. Let's go hang out in her stream for a little while. She's been going for about 5 hours, so I have no idea how much longer she's gonna be going for. But yeah. Thank you all so much for hanging out today. It was fun getting through the rest of Sachi's route. Like I said, I'll have the VOD posted sometime this week. Or, actually, you know what? I have stuff scheduled for the entirety of the week, so it probably won't be up until Monday. But either way. Yeah, thank you for hanging out today, everybody. It was a lot of fun. I'll be back on tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. EST for some more Dark Souls. We have a boss to go up against, the dynamic duo that's going to probably kick my ass relentlessly, so I'm hoping we can maybe get through that tomorrow, depending, but we'll see. We'll see. But anyway, let's go say hello to LND. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Have a wonderful sleep tonight, and I will see you all again later. Goodbye, everyone!